independent investigative journalist. So good to have you join us, David. David, great. It's good to have you join us. I think we're just going to skip straight to it. For the benefit of those who have not necessarily seen this documentary or had the opportunity to read into some of those documents that you have put out on your social media, what's the centerpiece of this story, and why are you so interested in it?
So this is a story about a federal case which was investigated in the US in 1992 that had at its core a drug kingpin in a town, in a city called Gary, Indiana, by the name of Lee Edwards. Now, when this fellow was taken down and given lifetime imprisonment, as part of the investigation, his source, his heroin source, was identified as a Nigerian drug dealer called Abiodun Agbele, who was working for another Nigerian drug dealer called Moise Adegboyega Akonde. And in the process of unraveling how they ran their business, transporting heroin from Nigeria to Chicago en route Indiana, how the money was moved, then a certain Bola Tinubu was brought into the picture by the investigating agencies, which were the IRS and the FBI. Now, it was determined that Bola Tinubu's accounts, some of Bola Tinubu's accounts, were being used to essentially move money around on behalf of these drug dealers. And more than that, the actual address that was used to open at least one of these accounts was the same address that belonged to a house that was used by these drug dealers as the heroin pickup and drop-off point. And even more to the point that Bola Tinubu's wife, Oluremi Tinubu, actually at a point opened a joint account with Aubrey Akonde, who was the wife of one of these drug dealers. So it would appear that these people were sort of joined at the hip. Now, from the point of view of the investigating agent, Kevin Moss of the IRS, what was the real smoking gun at the time was the sheer quantum of money that was discovered in some of Bola Tinubu's accounts. Now, why the money was a red flag was that, according to Tinubu's own submissions on a credit application, which he had filled in a few weeks before the investigation began, he declared his total monthly income as $2,400, and that he had no other source of income. So someone with an annual income of roughly $28,800 being discovered with about $1.4 million in his bank account that he couldn't explain, that for obvious reasons was a money laundering red flag in itself. And if you read the documents, the investigating agent stated that he had probable cause to believe that these funds were in fact the proceeds of, I quote, narcotics trafficking. Now, also in these documents, the agents reached out to Bola Tinubu, who was in Nigeria by this time, preparing to run for senator in Lagos West in 1992. When he reached out to Bola Tinubu over the telephone, Tinubu actually admitted that he was very familiar with Moise Adegboyega Akonde and with Abiodun Agbele, and that on several occasions he had paid sums into his accounts that came from them, only for him to make an about face a few days later and then claim to the same agent that he didn't know these people.
Became governor in Lagos State when he got his second term. So there are people who say, well, this is a familiar story. If you go into politics, be prepared to hear the story of how your father impregnated your mother. Is this what we're dealing with here? Are you also skeptical that this is of no effect?
So the point of doing this story wasn't really to get some sort of response from INEC or the authorities, because we know there's a good chance it's not going to happen. The point of this was to speak directly to the Nigerian electorate, to those who are going to vote next year. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to vote because I'm not going to be in Nigeria and diasporans can't vote. But for those who are going to be able to vote, that they should be suitably informed about this character who wants to be their president, because coming from the situation we are coming from in 2015, the accepted narrative now is that people didn't know. I still beg to disagree, but the accepted narrative now is that people didn't know. People didn't have information. People didn't know the kinds of people they were dealing with at the time. So, but now I think, at this time, in the information age that we live in now, at a time when statistically most Nigerians have a smartphone, most Nigerians have high-speed, cheap internet access, I think there is no excuse now for people not being armed with the information that they need to make better choices, right? I obviously have a political preference, which I have not been shy to express. But the point of this isn't even to campaign for a particular candidate, but it's to say that, look, whatever choice you are going to make is okay. But this one thing, there has to be a red line somewhere. There has to be a line that you can't cross, that, okay, I can deal with certain levels of baggage, but this person or this level of baggage is too much for me. This is far too much of it. Like, this person is not fit to be my president. This is not mere controversy. This is not mere political gimmickry and gamesmanship. This is an actual existential threat.
Okay.
A fixed annual income of $28,800 came to have over $1.4 million in his account, because the math simply don't add up, right? The story he has told in public before is that, he used to be a consultant working at Deloitte, and that he was working on an engagement at Saudi Aramco, and they paid him this fantastic bonus of $850,000 which is obviously a lie, because you do not get paid that kind of money in consultancy work. Anyone who has worked in consultancy work would know that. I have worked in consultancy work. You don't make that kind of money, even if you are a partner, even an equity partner doesn't make that kind of money. But then, just to confirm this, we took the extraordinary step of hiring a private investigator in Chicago who retained a law firm that actually subpoenaed Deloitte LLP that, okay, please provide records of this person. We want to see proof of this guy's employment and his staff payment details to corroborate the story. And as you saw yesterday, I put out the response that we got. Deloitte basically said, we do not know this guy. That has never worked for us before. So Femi Fani-Kayode needs to explain exactly how it is that if somebody is owing $460,000 in tax, apparently, on an income of $28,800 per annum, the maths are not adding up. Secondly, it's also stated very clearly in the documents what the seizure was for. It stated clearly that this is with relation to seizure of the proceeds of narcotics trafficking. It's written in black and white. So I don't really...
Hello. Over 56 civilians died in Sudan last week following a clash between the Sudanese army and a notorious paramilitary force. The battle over the presidential palace, state TV, and army headquarters, amongst others, saw residents of the capital, Khartoum, dodging bullets. The conflict results from disagreements over the proposed transition to civilian rule. In Kenya, a pastor linked with the death of 4 of his members by starvation has been arrested. Pastor Mackenzie Ntege is the leader of the cult in the coastal region of Kilifi called Good News International Church. His followers believe that fasting to death is a shortcut to meeting Jesus. Some of his members went without food for 21 days. Officials rescued 11 people from the church's village hideout, and they are currently receiving treatment in a hospital. In Uganda, a second minister has been arrested in connection with the roofing sheet scandal. The Deputy Minister for Finance, Amos Lugolobi, was accused of receiving 600 iron sheets out of the 14,500 iron roofing materials meant for poor people in the northeastern Karamoji region. Last week, the region minister was charged to court for stealing some of the iron roofing materials. It is 4:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 11:30 a.m. in New York City, 6:30 p.m. in Uganda, and 7:30 p.m. in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo. Wherever in the world you are joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolf Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. Just yesterday, our guest broke the news that Nigeria's president-elect, Bola Tinubu, is a citizen of Guinea. Meanwhile, in Tinubu's INEC Form EC9 declaration, he stated under oath that he had not obtained any other citizenship. Investigative journalist David Hundeyin is joining us today to discuss this latest development on Bola Tinubu's scandals. From his work on the Chicago heroin trafficking ring of the 1990s that had Bola Tinubu forfeit $460,000 to the U.S. Justice Department, to his revelation of the extent of the tentacles of the Boko Haram insurgency in Nigeria, David Hundeyin has revealed story after story behind Nigeria's failure to launch. He will also update us on the latest on P2B's ordeal at the UK airports over the Easter weekend. David.
You're muted.
How are you today?
You're muted.
Hey, can you hear me?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, nice to have you.
Yes, I can hear you. You were muted at first.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Nice to have you too.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to have you, and a lot of our viewers are interested in hearing from you. Typically, we start the show by talking about the news of the day, but because you have only 90 minutes, we don't want to waste time talking about other things. We want to go straight to the story that you broke yesterday, which was about Bola Tinubu being a citizen of Guinea. Can you tell our viewers how you got to this story and how you confirm this story and things like that?
Okay, so obviously, I cannot identify my source.
Of course, no, we're not saying that.
The
Yeah.
viewer just so the viewer has to take I have or I source. I've actually had this document with me for a number of months, but in an effort to protect the source, because the source insisted that if I put it when they gave it to me, it might have been traceable back to them and might potentially have put their life in danger. So the source insisted I should wait for a certain period of time until something had happened first before putting it out, which is what I did, because obviously I always have to. They used to teach us in school that no story is worth your life or the life of your source. So the protection of the whistleblowers comes first. So I've had it with me since November actually. I've had to sit on it for all these months, just in an effort to protect the source. Now, what these images depict is they're essentially again, it's difficult to talk about it without potentially putting the identity of the source in jeopardy. So I'm going to try as much as possible to skirt around that issue. But what the images show anyway is a picture of a phone screen, basically, because the source was so paranoid about handing this over that didn't even want to use a direct image in the event that maybe the metadata or something could be tracked. So basically took a picture of a picture, which shows the data page of a Guinean diplomatic passport issued in the name of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, with the obvious image of the person we know in Nigeria as the supposed president. This passport was issued in 2015 and its validity ended in 2020. So it's a normal 5-year passport, as you know, the same way we have them in Nigeria. It has all the characteristics of a regular passport that you might be familiar with. Obviously, it's a bit different because it's a diplomatic passport. Unfortunately, I was only able to get the data page. I wasn't able to get the cover page. But if you Google what a Guinean diplomatic passport looks like, kind of like the Nigerian diplomatic passport, it's also red. Now, the implication of the president of Nigeria's president-elect having a Guinean passport, not just a Guinean passport, but a Guinean diplomatic passport. Bear in mind that a diplomatic passport is never issued to anyone who is not a citizen of that country. In fact, the supply of diplomatic passports is so tightly controlled that even if you are a citizen of that country, if you happen to be a dual citizen, you have to go through an enhanced security check before you be issued a diplomatic passport, and the president or the head of state themselves generally has to be the one to approve that process of issuing a diplomatic to even a dual citizen. How much more so someone who has no connection whatsoever with Guinea, someone who is an absolute foreigner being issued a diplomatic passport. So there are several issues to unpack here. First of all, from the Guinean side, this raises a lot of issues. It's potentially a source of real embarrassment for the Guinean government. There have been several reports that have been written in the past which have made it clear that one of the easiest places in the world to illegally get hold of a passport, legally buy a passport. Now, that's one thing, but getting hold of passports is just another level of controversy. Now, I've also been able to find a number of my sources in the media industry and in the diplomatic space that the former Guinean president, Alpha Conde, was actually, in fact, in the habit of handing out diplomatic passports to his friends and cronies, including non-Guinean citizens. So there's a whole conversation to be had about the Guinean side of this. But moving away from that, more importantly, to the Nigerian side of the conversation, the issue here is twofold. First of all, there is the potential legal issue here of what's the term I'm looking for? The loyalties? No, the term isn't loyalties. There's a particular term I'm looking for. Conflict of interest. Yes, that's the term I'm looking for. Yeah, where essentially you have, or essentially could have, a president-elect who has sworn allegiance to another country, because the process of obtaining citizenship of another country, swearing allegiance to another country, which is why it's stated in, I believe, Section 138 of the Nigerian Constitution that certain elective positions in Nigeria, like the president, are the people who are allowed to run for that office are either people who have no other citizenship but Nigerian citizenship, or if they are dual citizens, they had to have been born in the country of their other citizenship. So what that means is that if you were born in Nigeria, you're a Nigerian citizen, but then you naturalized in another country, you obtained the citizenship of another country, you are precluded. Now, there's a legal argument going on there about, yeah, okay, yes, the Constitution says this, but we don't necessarily go by what the Constitution says. We go by legal precedent, by case law precedent. And apparently there's case law precedents stating that, well, the fact of being a Nigerian citizen in itself might supersede the fact of having obtained citizenship elsewhere. So that's one issue. But the second, and in my opinion, the most important issue here is that on the INEC EC9 declaration, which is a sworn statement, so everything is basically on that oath. On that INEC form, there's a question that asks, have you ever obtained citizenship of another country? It's a very simple question. Have you acquired citizenship of another country? Yes or no. You tick boxes, yes or no. You can see this form on the screen. And he clearly ticked no. He has not acquired citizenship of another country. But here is prima facie evidence that he in fact did acquire citizenship of another country, and fairly recently as well, which is lying on the oath, which is perjury. Perjury under the Nigerian constitution is punishable with 14 years in prison. It's a very serious criminal offense. So that's one thing. And then the wider issue surrounding perjury on Bola Ahmed Tinubu's INEC EC9 declaration goes back to a story that I published in November last year, published on my platform, West Africa Weekly. That's westafricaweekly.substack.com. And the story was called, Has Bola Tinubu Committed Perjury? The evidence says yes. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised that it seems as if that story is only now coming into sort of public consciousness is coming to prominence now, because that story is about 6 months old. I thought everyone had read it at the time. Apparently, I was wrong about. Apparently, most people actually haven't even heard of it. There are several instances of perjury which were outlined in that story. At the time when I wrote that story, I actually had this passport, but for the reasons I mentioned earlier, I wasn't actually able to include it in the story, to put it out because of the source. But there were other things that were mentioned. So, for example, um, the um, the university that Bola Tinubu claims to have attended, which is Chicago State University, was subpoenaed. Right, a subpoena is a legal document which is issued under the authority of a court, which compels the recipient to release all information regarding the subject that is quoted on the subpoena. So basically, subpoenaed Chicago State University, Richard J. Daley College, which was then known as Southwest College, Deloitte, where he once claims to have started his career as an accountant, Anderson Tax, where he also claims to have worked previously. Subpoenas were sent out to all these organizations to basically verify the claims made on his INEC EC9 declaration and claims he had made elsewhere at other points in time on other INEC forms and in public spaces. And the information that came back in response to the subpoena from Chicago State University showed that the transcript from Southwest College, which was used by a certain Bola A. Tinubu to gain admission to Chicago State University, was issued to a person who was female. The gender of the applicant is printed there very clearly, F, female. And clearly, we also know that the person we know now as Nigeria's president-elect is clearly not a transgender. Because one of my man, if this person to Chicago State University was female, that person called Bola A. Tinubu, and then this person called Bola Ahmed Tinubu is a man, then that would imply that they are not in fact the same person. And if he claims to be that person who was admitted to Chicago State University and who was awarded a degree from Chicago State University in 1979, that would then imply that identity theft took place. Now, the identity theft is an issue on its own, but what I'm more interested in here is the perjury which committed on the INEC AC9 declaration. Because bear in mind, that's what this is really about. It's not really about the fact that a criminal has done criminal things, but it's about the fact that a criminal is trying to be president. Right? That's what I think the issue here is. Now, on that INEC AC9 declaration as well, the university certificates which is submitted to INEC, purportedly from Chicago State University, we sent out the subpoena to Chicago State University, and then they sent a direct reprint of the actual certificate issued in 1979 to Bola A. Tinubu. And that certificate and the certificate which he submitted to INEC are two completely different documents. Completely different. The outline of the document is different. The dates of the documents are different. The format is different. The font is different. The university logo is different. The people who sign on the certificate are different. Signatures are different. The number of signatures is different. And then there are grammatical errors on the certificate which is submitted to INEC. And then worst of all, really cursory, really low-level internet research, you can't get investigation. Just basically Google search. Using just like a basic, if literally Google fake Chicago State University, I guarantee you on the first page of Google, you will see a result which links to a website called diplomamakers.com. That is diploma-makers.com. And if you follow that link and go to the entry for a fake Chicago State University certificate templates, that document and the document he submitted to INEC are the same thing. So it's the same layout, it's the same font, it's the same logo, it's the same everything, and even the same grammatical errors on that template. It's what turned up in the supported certificate that he submitted to INEC, which is a completely different document from that which we received from Chicago State University. It shows that this person not only committed forgery, but also submitted a forgery to INEC on his EC9 declaration, which is also perjury. And there were many other instances of perjury that were also covered in that story. If anyone hasn't read it, I would recommend reading it. Again, the headline of the story is "Has Tinubu committed perjury?" The evidence says yes. So just Google and you'll see this. It's pretty self-explanatory.
All right. Thank you so much for that explanation. Now, how do you explain the fact that all these stories, and this did not start today, it started when he was governor, and they've been continuously building on what we've been saying, that they've not seemed to have stopped him? What is going on? You didn't mention the issue of the age also, which is we've seen so many
So
conflicting. Go ahead.
yes, yes. So there was also that the certificates, oh, sorry, not the certificate, the documents that were received from Chicago State University, the date of birth there, and then the date of birth on his INEC EC9 declaration, there's a 2-year discrepancy. So the INEC EC9, I think date of birth is 1952, and then on this one, 1954. What explains that? No explanation. And then on the also on the Chicago's the from college into Chicago University claims that the person gaining admission apparently attended Government College Lagos and graduated in 1970. And it just so happens that Government College Lagos, which is located in Surulere, commenced operations in 1974. So someone couldn't have graduated in 1970 because the school didn't exist, right? And this is easily verifiable. So,
And
in answer to your question, which is,
go ahead.
should I go on?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. There's a
So
delay, but go ahead.
I was saying, in in answer to your question, which was, what do I think has happened? I think first of all, this has been a very huge failure of journalism. Obviously, it has been a failure of the the electoral system, of INEC, of the system, the judicial system. Yes, we know all those things, but I think first a major failure of journalism. And why I say it's a failure of journalism is that a lot of these things weren't even that difficult to get hold of. They weren't even that hard to find. Um, I gained some sort of personal interest in the backstory of Tinubu maybe a little over a year ago, and in just under a year, I've been able to get to this point. I don't believe that somebody who has had these kinds of scandals in his past, going back 30 plus years, I don't believe that there's any excuse for why the entirety of Nigerian media, for whatever reason, over all these decades, hasn't been able to pin him down. This man has been a two-term governor. This man has been a senator as well, which is always easy to forget. He was a senator in the Third Republic. He has he has been a frontline member of the ruling party for the past 8 years now. He's a political godfather, a very well connected operator. And somehow or the other, even though a lot of things have been hidden in plain sight, for whatever reason, be it that parts of the media are completely beholden to him because obviously he spends a lot of money on keeping editors and journalists on his side. But be that as it may, I know it's not everyone, even he can afford to pay off. So there's really no excuse or the explanation that account for why after all this time, it's only now in 2023 that we're getting to find out all of this information, a lot of which has been publicly available for decades. Now, maybe in this, because this information was only obtainable via a subpoena, so maybe there was a little bit of difficulty involved. But the thing is, just me at my little level, I mean, I run a little Substack publication, right? I'm collaborating with a lawyer who actually did a lot of heavy lifting, right? But even at that low level, I was able to get hold of this stuff. There are much larger newsrooms in Nigeria. There are newsrooms in Nigeria that have existed since before I was born. And these people have resources, they have money, they have access, they have to get hold of all of this stuff. And nothing has been done. There's no fluff that isn't reported as news in Nigeria. There's no press release that isn't reported as news in Nigeria. But actual stories like this have to be falling through the cracks first year. So I think first and foremost, it's a huge failure of journalism, and it's an indictment serious as there ever can be on the and then obviously failure of the Nigerian system because sorry, go ahead.
I wanted to say that we're having breaks difficulty hearing you. There are breaks in your voice. I think maybe is the connection to to the earpiece. Maybe you can you take it out and see if it's better? Constantly we get breaks when you speak. Um, yeah, please, and see if
Yeah,
that will.
better.
Okay, say something. Let me see.
Okay, let's
Okay, that's better. Let's try
typing
it.
something. One,
Yeah.
two. Oh, okay, okay.
All
Sorry.
right. Okay. So thank you so much.
So,
So now, yeah, go ahead.
okay.
Go ahead.
The final thing I was going to mention was that this failure of the Nigerian system itself, because I was having a conversation with a lawyer yesterday, and he made me understand that under the Electoral Amendment Act of 2022, um, well, it started in 2022. It was actually the previous Electoral Amendment Act of 20 that this started being the case. But apparently, INEC does not have the power to vet candidates. So essentially, what that means, if you are submitting an EC9 declaration to INEC to run for president, if you take a pile of leaves from your backyard, you submit that to INEC with your EC9 declaration, and you claim that this pile of leaves is your university certificate, INEC does not have the power to reject it and say, no, this is not a certificate. Because for the fact that you are submitting it with a sworn affidavit, INEC has to take what you say. So, in my opinion, makes absolutely no sense. You are pinky swearing, right? And INEC has no power to vet you whatsoever, none whatsoever. So I thought that is definitely an issue that needs to be looked at, because the Electoral Amendment Act obviously has to be amended once again. Because INEC definitely needs to have some sort of discretionary power. Now, it was also mentioned that INEC has abused the power before when it have this power. So hopefully there's some kind of solution needs to be found, because I understand taking away the power from INEC because it's abused it. On the other hand, you can't have a situation where an actual real life criminal has been able to submit false information, clearly and obviously, blatantly, brazenly false information to INEC. And INEC simply doesn't have the power to say anything. INEC can't do anything. According to the Electoral Amendment Act of 2022, you and I, ordinary Nigerians, no longer have power to take Bola Tinubu or any of the presidential candidates to court, as you submitted a fake document or you are not qualified to be president, and I'm taking you to court for that. We no longer have that power. We used to have that power under the previous electoral act. That taken away from us, and now the only people who have that power are the people who
Presidential
competed
candidate.
against the candidates during primary elections, and then the candidates who competed with them during the actual election. So you and I essentially have had one of our most important powers as citizens basically taken away from us in a legislative coup, which was led by Femi Gbajabiamila. So clearly there was a legislative failure or a legislative that took place that made all of this possible as well. And then finally, the judicial system. I think this is also an indictment, a heavy indictment on the judicial system, because this is actually not the first time that Tinubu has been taken to court for perjury. I believe he was taken to court in 2001, or was it 2000, by the late Gani Fawemi, SAN. What was pled in court was that apparently, since Tinubu had been sworn in as governor at that time, apparently he had immunity. He could be sued. He couldn't get into court because he had legal immunity as governor. And then to sort of formalize that 419 that took place, there was now a Senate hearing, or is it House of Reps hearing, and then he was exonerated by a panel of politicians. I mean, these are not lawyers, not judges, it's not a jury, it's a panel of politicians who said one of their own, and then they were all rewarded handsomely for that. And then he has been able to go around for years since then, saying that, hey, if you want to bring this up against me, people have brought it up before, and look, I was exonerated. They found no wrongdoing, without mentioning that who exonerated you. Was it the court? Was it the judge? No, it was the criminals like you that exonerated you. You understand? So that's what I mean when I say judicial failure here as well, because I don't believe that in certain instances there should the immunity clause should apply. In certain instances, I believe, and this is the case else, even in places like the US, it is also the case that the immunity clause is not absolute. Not absolute. There are exceptions. There are not many, but there are exceptions to the immunity clause. Nigeria, as if the immunity clause is absolute and universal. So once I'm sworn in as a governor or as a president, I am legally and officially above all kinds of law enforcement of all kinds of legality. I think that's definitely legislative and judicial failure that needs to be looked into as well.
Now, David, let's get back to the citizenship of Guinea. Do you have any idea why he should want to have that? Why did he obtain that? Do you have any idea? Any advantage would that be for him to have that citizenship?
So the best I can say is that if one is looking at it from the point of view of any kind of rational reasoning for having a Guinean diplomatic passport, for having Guinean citizenship, and the kind of freedom that a Guinean diplomatic passport offers, on the surface, you can't see any reason for that. If you look a little bit beneath the surface, you can start to add two and two here and there. So, for example, as a governor, to the best of my knowledge, governors in Nigeria are not supposed to have diplomatic passports, to the best of my knowledge. So I don't believe he would otherwise have been entitled to a diplomatic passport. As you may know, diplomatic passports offer special movement privileges to the people who hold them. So if you hold a regular passport, you are generally going to be some more scrutiny, especially if it's an African passport. There's more scrutiny at airports, that kind of thing. A diplomatic passport gives you a little bit more freedom of movement and gives you a little bit more respect. You are searched less often, that sort of thing. So it's a nice to have. Now, very crucially, for someone who has been repeatedly, over and over on multiple occasions linked with drug trafficking, very crucially, Guinea is now the cocaine capital of West Africa. Guinea is basically the first, more or less, narco state in West Africa. It used to be Guinea-Bissau next door, but the authorities in Guinea-Bissau started cracking down on cocaine and heroin trafficking in that country. And then the smugglers and traffickers started moving south to Guinea-Conakry. So if you recall, barely 3 weeks was the 6th of April. This was reported all over. It was reported on Reuters, every AFP. A ship containing 1.5 million tons of cocaine was discovered in the port in I forget the city, but it's a city in Guinea, right? It's a ship loaded in 1.5 tons of cocaine, right? And obviously, this cocaine is the ultimate destination of this cocaine is Europe, because that's where the market for it is, right? So basically, it's been known for a long time. There's an SBM report. I'm actually kind of upset I didn't send this visual to you before the show. It's a very relevant visual to send. There's an SBM report which came out a couple of weeks ago, which shows how West Africa is now becoming an increasingly prominent global cocaine and heroin trafficking route. So basically, the route starts off in South America, Brazil to be precise, comes toward West Africa, and you have cities like Lagos, Conakry. Those are the layovers, and then from there, by ship or by air, it heads off to Europe, which is where the final market is. Now, why would someone who made his initial fortune, don't forget, made his initial fortune of heroin trafficking, of drug trafficking, and has consistently been linked with illicit activity like drug trafficking over the years, why would that person be so enthralled by the prospect of gaining citizenship of a basically a major state in West Africa, and then not just having citizenship of that state, holding a diplomatic passport of that state? What was he using that diplomatic passport to do? the movement privileges offered by that diplomatic passport in the context of a West African narco state, an individual who has been repeatedly linked to narco trafficking, what was the nexus? That's a question only he can answer. I don't want to answer the question, even if the answer might seem obvious. I want him to answer it. Like, he is the one who needs to answer that question.
All right, let's look at the other things about Bola Tinubu. This week there was last week there was a report that he was in Saudi Arabia. Even his people were tweeting that he went for Hajj. But Shore and other sources are reporting that he didn't go there. What do you know about where he is and what is going on with him?
Well, the only thing I know is that I know nothing at all, and I think that's the tragedy of the Buhari legacy, is that Buhari has made it okay to a president elect, and for that person to hypothetically or to exceptionally you actually don't know where on earth this person is, or if this person is actually even alive or dead. Buhari has made that okay, and I think that's the legacy we're seeing now, because Tinubu is basically clearly showing the same characteristics that he doesn't feel that. First of all, I guess he knows he didn't win the election anyway. So you can't buy legitimacy. You can buy INEC, but you can't buy legitimacy. I think he knows that. So I feel as if at this point he genuinely doesn't care what we think, or whether we think that there's an issue to be had with the fact that we have a supposed president elect, and we don't know where on the planet he is. So we've had people. I've had people contacting me, like basically open sourcing investigation to where the supposed president elect might be, and people tracking private jets linked to him, because it's possible to track movements using public accessible databases. So I've had people tracking movements. Okay, this is his private jets. It's a Gulfstream, whatever. This is a private jet owned by Oando, which he uses sometimes. This is a charter jet, which he might have transferred to. And still, I find myself interested in all of this, because I feel as if, why on earth should I be having to sleuth to know where the supposed president-elect of my country is on the path? Right? He is the one who's supposed to have places 24/7, making his presence known if he actually believes and feels that he won that election. So where on earth is he? I don't know. Some people say he's in France. Some people say he's in London. Some people claim he's in Saudi Arabia. But the people who claimed he was in Saudi Arabia put out a picture which was from 2019, like fake news basically, and then deleted it. So what all of this tells me, going by Nigerian historical precedents, once you start seeing people, especially people who linked to government, putting out fake news to say that this person is fine or this person is in so and so place, you can be sure that the person is not fine and the person is not in so and so place. So we know for a fact that Tinubu is not in Saudi Arabia, and we know he's not in good health. Beyond that, we know absolutely.
All right, let me ask you another question before we let our audience. I know you don't have time. We wish you have a lot of time to stay with us. Let me ask you about P2B and the story that came out of his travel during the Easter period. What do you know about what happened at the UK airports with P2B? David, are you there?
Hello?
Okay, go ahead.
Back.
Yeah. I thought you were the one that was frozen. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So,
okay.
So, from what, and I should bear in mind, it should be borne in mind that I haven't actually spoken to people directly about this. So basically, all is people around, and first of all, it's being made out to be a much bigger deal than it actually was. He himself didn't necessarily want to put this story out there. It was put out against his will by somebody whom he confided in, and he was actually not very pleased about the fact that this story got out. Visited the UK, and the plan was to be in and out. You know that travels, he moves in and out quickly. He doesn't announce himself. So the plan was to be in and out and go back to Nigeria. He wants to be seen that he's in Nigeria. He doesn't want to be seen as somebody who is, leaving the country for whatever reason, because some people have been trying to put pressure on him to leave the country. So he traveled to the UK and he was stopped at the point of entry. If you're familiar with how it works at Heathrow Airport, when you get to the front of the immigration queue, then the immigration officer asks why you're visiting the UK, takes your passport, scans it, whatever. And if everything is all right, they wave you through. Welcome to the UK. And you get taken to this little white room. They ask you a bunch of questions, and that's what happened to him. And it turned out that apparently there was someone, or they claimed that there was someone who was already in the UK using his identity. Uh, Interpretation that could mean is that the Nigeria Immigration Service had issued a valid Nigerian passport, had basically duplicated Peter Obi's passport, because only the Nigerian Immigration Service or its contractor, that's Iris, the company that actually prints it, only those two entities have that, right? So it's not as if it's a new passport that has been created with a new set of details and the name happens to be the same as Peter Obi. It's a biometric details and the same serial number, same everything was issued. That person apparently was in the UK. So that raises all sorts of questions, because first of all, to get into the UK, you need a British visa. So that would mean that at the British High Commission in Lagos or in Abuja, there's some sort of racket going on there as well that needs to be unraveled. Because how is it that somebody who claims to be Peter Obi, the Labour Party candidate who ran in the election, comes, someone claiming to that person comes and it's not that person, and it comes with this person, like an original passport, and a visa is stamped into that passport. How did that happen? So there are several parts of the story which are not clear, and I think the British government itself has several questions to answer. But suffice to say, after a few hours of detention, if you call it that, basically being questioned, and then it was established beyond all reason is actually a person called Peter Obi, and whoever it is that has been running around using his identity is a different person altogether. Then he was allowed to go. He was on his way. And in fact, by the time he told this person the story, the person who eventually put the story out, he was already back in Nigeria by that time. So again, it wasn't as dramatic an event as it was made out to be. However, it is a worrying thing, because don't forget that this this phenomenon of Nigerian passports being duplicated and then people getting to foreign countries and realizing that their identity has been used to out nonsense in that country. This has happened to other people. I'm not going to mention names here, but this has happened to other people, specifically people who have some kind of problem with it, with whichever government is in power, right? Because basically, the Nigerian government has the power to pull stunts like that. So basically, as long as you're using a Nigerian passport, the Nigerian government has the ability to mess you up wherever you're going if you are traveling with a Nigerian passport. The only reason that hasn't happened to me is because I do not use a Nigerian passport any longer. I have no doubts that if I was traveling with a Nigerian passport, something similar would have happened to me by now. It has happened to someone I know very well, actually. It has happened to him, to someone quite close to me, who is also perceived to be an enemy of states. Something very similar was done. He wasn't in the UK this time. I don't want to mention the country because it might give the person away. But he got to the point of entry at that country, and they said, "Well, according to our records, you are already in the country." And then it caused a lot of issues, and he had to make a lot of calls. And thankfully, he was friendly with a lot of like influential people in that country. Otherwise, he might have been arrested and deported or jailed. So these things happen. So the fact that this was done to the extent of targeting someone as highly placed as Peter Obi, I even from the point of view of an antagonistic government, I think that was a really stupid thing to do. I think there are certain things you can get away with doing it to David Hundeyin. I don't think you get away with doing it to the person who ran for president and who was the most popular candidate in the election. I don't think that was a smart move. But I guess this Nigerian government is not exactly known for being populated with smart people. So there you go.
All right. we're running out of time now before I get the audience to get involved. But let me ask you, what other I've had about some pushback on stories that you published. Can you tell the audience what you've experienced because of the work you do?
Uh, so I guess the most regular pushback I get is the usual criticism. Basically, we don't like you. Essentially, that's what it boils down to. We don't like you. I don't like the way you write. I don't like the way you involve yourself in your storytelling. I don't like your method and mode of storytelling. It's not what I'm used to. I don't think you're a real journalist. I think you need an editor, blah, 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 blah. You do fake news, or you forged the document. I'm always being accused of forging receipts and documents. And it's the most ridiculous thing in the world, because what I always try to do when putting together a story is that I don't report stories. I don't put a story using reported speech. Like, I don't put out stories using reported speech. Like, I was informed that, or I heard that, or so and so person said. No, I will show it in the story. I will embed everything in the story. So instead of saying West Africa Weekly saw a document stating that blah 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 blah, I will just paste the document right there in the body of the article. That is the document. So it's not West Africa Weekly or David Hundeyin that said it. That is the document, right? So I guess where it's very difficult to argue against the weight of evidence that I put out. So the only line of defense that is left, the usual suspects use, is to accuse me of faking up stuff. But very curiously, I've been in this space since 2019. I mean, as a frontline investigative journalist since 2019. This is my fourth year, and in that entire time, not a single person has ever successfully taken me to court to say that this wasn't true, or this was defamation, or this was fake. It hasn't happened once. But every single time I put out a story, it's the same tired response every time. A few people will threaten to sue. Some people actually send cease and desist legal notices. I know in February last year, when I did a story on Amnesty International Nigeria and its then country director, Osai Ojigo, she sent me a legal notice, cease and desist notice, and if you don't take the story down within 7 days and issue an apology in 3 national dailies, whatever, I'll sue. I'll demand for damages of ridiculous amounts. And I said, yes, please go ahead and sue. And she never did. And then in January this year, she was eventually fired from Amnesty International, because basically everything I wrote in the story was true. This happens all the time. So I put out a story. Then there's the defense brigade. I immediately scrambled from their WhatsApp group to come and hurl insults at me, make mockery of my surname, call me David Hyundai, call me fake journalist, blah blah blah, call me all sorts of horrible names, invoke my divorce, because apparently that's fair game on social media. So talk about how he couldn't keep his marriage or whatever. Make mention of my dead father as well, because you know that's always going to get a reaction out of me. Make mention of my mom, whom they know I don't have a good relationship with, blah 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 blah. Just make it personal and try and turn it into a mud flinging contest, so that everyone will forget what is actually the substance of the issue, which is the story that I've put out, and then it turns into an inquisition of David Hundeyin. That's always what happens. So people are always constantly trying to shift attention away from the story and onto the writer, make it about me. So, very interestingly, when I did this story last year as well, this story about perjury, it was the exact same thing. Oh, he forged the documents. Oh, some people said the document that came back from Deloitte, because Deloitte was subpoenaed to ask that, did this person ever work with you, and do you have any records for this person? And Deloitte replied saying, no, we have no records for this person. We don't know him. And for days, people were going around on Twitter and on Facebook and wherever saying that I forged a letter from Deloitte, and that the lady who signed the letter responding to the subpoena doesn't exist, right? Somebody who you can find on LinkedIn. I mean, I can mention her name because it's on public record. Her name is Letitia Negoni. It's on LinkedIn, right? And because apparently she signed the letter using a shortened and abbreviated version of her first name. So instead of signing it as Letitia Negoni, she signed it as Tish Negoni. So apparently that made the whole thing fake. I forged it. Oh, he never got into contact with any lawyer in Chicago. It's a lie. He never sent out any subpoenas. He just apparently I'm such a wonderful graphic artist that I sit down with my laptop and I create documents and receipts all day. That's all I do. And then I weave fantastic fictional storylines around these documents that I created out of thin air. And then I push them out and I defame people and I commit libel. And somehow no one has ever been able to successfully take me to court for 4 years. Even though my corporate address is in the public domain, I've put it out several times. If you have a problem with the story, please go ahead and sue. My corporate address is in Wyoming. It's on public record. Please go ahead and sue me. If you submit a lawsuit, I have to appoint a lawyer to represent me in court in Wyoming or wherever, right? But
Yeah.
because it's obviously you don't want to sue me in America because you know that there's a legal system there that works. So you can't do the usual nonsense you do in Nigeria. You don't sue.
Now let's talk about this story. It was a major story, conflicts for jihad. When it came out, what was the reaction?
It was twofold. The first and more common reaction was just utter shock and disbelief, because I think most people really had no idea of how deeply embedded this virus is within the Nigerian state, or how highly placed are the people who incubated this monster are in Nigerian society. So I think for the first time, seeing names, especially the fact that names were named, names were mentioned, organizations were mentioned. You could see recognizable faces, pictures, names, place, organizations, institutions. Like it wasn't just the usual vague thing where you see, oh, UAE government sends list of 18 Nigerians suspected of terror financing to Nigerian government, and then you will never see who the 18 people are. You will never see their names or their pictures. It's just a hypothetical thing. For the first time, I believe it was the first time most Nigerians had ever seen that kind of thing with relation to terrorism, that names were named. And not just obscure names that like of low level operators who can be sacrificed, but the people at or close to the very top, people who have access to the president, including the president himself. So there was a lot of disbelief and shock. And then on the other hand, there was a lot of rage at me. That how dare I do this? Because there were some people who saw it as an attack on their political formation, or an attack on their religion, or an attack on the religious organization that they identify with, the Zala movement or Jibwis. So there was a lot of that too. The so I'm used to a lot of the nastiness that happens whenever I put out a story. But I have to say that in terms of the sheer ferocity of the reaction that came afterwards, I think that's definitely in my top two most difficult reactions to deal with afterwards, because they went to a lot. They went to a very very far extent. They they wrote letters. Some people wrote letters to everyone I'm associated with, including Substack. They created social media handles and pages dedicated strictly to attacking and defaming me. So I remember on Facebook, I'm not even that active on Facebook, but they created a page on Facebook. I think it was called The Conscience or something. And all that Facebook page did, day after day, week after week, was just write post after post after post, just making every kind of accusation under the sun about David Hundeyin. David Hundeyin hates Muslims, he hates this, he hates Hausa people, he hates Northerners, blah, blah, blah. And then these posts will be sponsored. So people actually had a budget to sponsor these posts on Facebook. So they were spending actual US dollars to sponsor these messages all over Facebook and Twitter. David Hundeyin hates Hausas, he hates Muslims, he hates Northerners, and that everything he writes comes out of this immense hatred he has for this tribe and this religion. He's a terrible person, and he hates Hausa people so much that he just sits down and creates fictional tales about how Hausa people are involved in terrorism. Like they created all sorts of, and unfortunately, being that Nigeria is not exactly, I mean, I don't want to insult Nigeria, but Nigeria is, let's just say, the information ecosystem in Nigeria is still quite small. People are not used to the internet yet in Nigeria. The internet is still a relatively new experience for many Nigerians. So many Nigerians haven't yet understood that because you see something on the internet doesn't mean you have to take it serious. So once they see these messages flying around, then it becomes, oh well, it must be true. I've seen it 10 times, so it must be true. So there are lots of people out there to date who absolutely hate my guts for no other reason than they saw a message on Facebook or Twitter saying that I'm someone that they should hate. Even they don't know why, but it's just something they saw, so they just do it. That's how it was.
All right. One last question. So, knowing all the things you know, what do you expect is going to happen now? I mean, all these revelations, and there's this story I wanted to share now that Premium Times published, I think today or yesterday, uh, saying that it's confirmed that P2B actually won in
Yes, yes,
River
yeah.
State. Yeah. What do you expect will happen between now and the May 29th, the swearing-in period? And do you think that Bola Tinubu will be sworn in as president? And what will the courts do, in your own estimation?
Um, that's a very difficult question to answer because I think there are a lot of moving parts in this story. The judiciary doing X or doing Y is only part of the story. Um, sorry, being able to occupy or being able to be sworn in, and to occupy the seat of GCFR in Nigeria is actually quite a complicated thing. First of all, INEC has to declare you the winner. In addition to INEC declaring you the winner and you clearing the judicial hurdles, the post-election tribunal and the Supreme Court and all of that, you also have to have legitimacy, widespread political legitimacy just amongst the people. And then you need to have respect from the international community. You need to be credible in their eyes. And then, in my opinion, most importantly, the armed forces of Nigeria need to respect you. You need to have credibility with the armed forces. I see Tinubu as someone who has none of these things. The only thing he has is the INEC declared him winner. That's it. He has no political legitimacy because even if you are to go with the official figures that INEC released, which even according to Premium Times now, those figures are clearly being shown to be completely nonsensical and fraudulent. But even if we're going to go with those official figures, we're going to say that someone with supposedly 8 million votes, he got nothing close to 8 million votes, let's be clear. But let's say someone who got, suppose it was allocated 8 million votes in an election where there were 89 million registered voters, someone who scored 8 million votes, less than 10% of the total possible votes, how could that person have political legitimacy? How? He just didn't have it. He doesn't have it. That's even going with the figures that INEC released. If we're using the actual figures, he lost that election scandalously. And everybody knows it. It's not losing an election versus winning an election in Africa is not something you can hide. It's not something that is left for supposition. If you won an election, like in 2015, Buhari won the election, that wasn't up for debate. We knew whether INEC announced it or not, it was clear who won the election and who didn't. That's generally how it turns out to be. This election, we know who won it and who categorically did not. So INEC went and announced whatever it announced, but everybody knows. So he lacks that political credibility, first of all. In the international community, it's increasingly becoming common knowledge now that this person is a known drug trafficker. Like for whatever reason, this thing was able to sort of keep it under the radar for the past 30 years or so because he himself on the radar. He was a senator in Lagos and he was a governor of Lagos. Yes, Lagos is the largest subnational economy in Africa, but it's only a city, right? That's a completely different ball game to becoming the president of Africa's largest country and Africa's biggest economy. Now that he's trying to step up to that level, there's a certain level of scrutiny which he has never experienced before, which is starting to happen. In the coming few days and weeks, you'll start seeing more and more international stories coming up. So the the coverage from like Uber Facts and Daily Loud that people were shouting about last week, there's going to be a lot more like that. It's going to be a lot worse. And it's going to be from platforms that have a lot more mainstream credibility and relevance than Twitter handles like Uber Facts. You're going to start seeing things in CNN, in New York, in Bellingcat, Politico, The Hill, the Times of London, Daily Telegraph. You'll start seeing these things. It will happen. categorically, it will happen. So internationally, he already lacks a certain amount of credibility. Bear in mind that the US President Joe Biden, very much unlike US tradition, he had to officially recognize him. The US congratulated him, but the US President is not very strong. And then, in my opinion, most importantly, the armed Nigeria, about the level, maybe the people who have been generals for 11 years, or the chiefs of staff, whatever. Maybe those guys are happy with the status quo. But the majors, the captains, the colonels and lieutenant colonels, the mid-level officer corps in Nigerian military are not going to be thrilled that their GCFR that they are apparently supposed to respect and take orders from is a common criminal. There's going to be a problem, right? There's definitely going to be a problem. If he is sworn in, that's a very big if. If he is sworn in, there are going to be issues. There is a very real possibility, and this is not hyperbole, this is not an exaggeration. There's a very real possibility of a military coup if this guy is mistakenly sworn in. I know it sounds like, oh, David is being dramatic, but I'm telling the truth. There's a very real possibility that this will happen. So, in my opinion, the stupidest thing he could have ever done was run for president. I don't know why he did it, but now I think it's up to the Nigerian judiciary to save all of us from what could potentially be in the offing, because I can't decide which option is worse. Becoming recognized as a narco state led by a common criminal, or ending up in 1994 all over again, led by a military dictator. We don't want either of those two things. So we hope and pray that the judiciary does something for us.
All right. Thank you, David. I brought in some of our viewers to join us. We give them only a chance to ask a question, no commentary. We don't have time. David has to leave in another 24 minutes. So, sure, you're first.
Okay. Thank you, Rudolf, and good evening, David. Nice to meet you. I've got a question and I've got a request. The question is, I haven't followed your work closely. You've mentioned that you're, from what you consider upper middle class family in Nigeria. Now, having gone through the things you've gone through, the sacrifice you've had to make, do you sometimes look back? Because I watched your interview with a Kenyan guy about a few weeks ago, and you talked about how you did your first investigative journalism work and all of that, how you got into journalism, your parents' disapproval and all of that. Do you sometimes look back and think, especially with the attacks you get from people who don't agree with your work, do you sometimes look back and wish you did something different? That's my question. And the second request, is please, for some reason, you've blocked me on Twitter. We've never engaged on Twitter. I'm not getting your work secondhand information. I don't like that. Please. I only found out recently that you blocked me for whatever reason. I would send my Twitter account on the chat or give it to Rudolf to pass to you. Please, I beg, unblock me. I don't like secondhand information. I'm a keen follower. Thank you.
All right. David wants to get 3 questions.
Right, so,
and you want to answer this one first?
We do.
Okay.
Let me. Okay.
Go ahead. David.
Yeah, just really quickly. So yeah, with regard to the second thing, I used to be notorious for using this extension called Mega Block, and what it does is that it blocks a whole chain of people. So basically, if there's like a tweet that I know is Tinubu people that are on this tweet, anybody who likes that tweet gets automatically blocked. So it's possible you got caught up in something like that. I'm notorious for using those extensions. So when people see themselves blocked, it's not necessarily because I blocked you. I use third-party extensions that block people automatically because I don't like engaging certain. And then the first question, let me just quickly answer that. No, partly because there's really nothing to look back on. Man, I made my decision. I'm not looking for sympathy or anything. Like I thought I was getting, and also because from the moment I watched my dad die in 2017, I mean, my dad was a very well-to-do person, and what did he die of? It wasn't something that should have killed a human being. It was just that an ambulance didn't show up. It was just so petty. It was so minor. It was so little. And this person who was at that time was a billionaire. He just died like a cockroach. So what that told me was that there really isn't anything worth hanging on to in the Nigerian system. Like if you think you are
the elite in Nigeria. There is no elite in Nigeria. We're all poor, useless people. That's the truth. We're all, whether you live in Ikoyi or you live in Lekki, you are not different from the person living in Jakande Market. You are not. It's just that you have more money than that person. But we all actually exist at the same level. I witnessed this in 2017 because we lived in Ogudu GRA. We lived in an 8-bedroom palace, if you like. And just the fact that the ambulance just refused to show up, that's it. He had a stroke. He should have survived. But the ambulance just didn't show up. And we had no way of getting into the hospital. And I basically just watched life leave his body and he just died. He was perfectly fine the previous night. There was nothing wrong with him. He had a stroke. He just ran. And that was it. This man was there. He was, and then when we were putting him into the morgue at the hospital, because we didn't have a death certificate, I didn't even know there was such a thing at the time. They were not like, oh, they can't take the body because there's no death certificate. So I had to pay a bribe so that they could forge a death certificate so that my dad's body could be put in the morgue. And all this while I was thinking, so these things I read about on Twitter and I see in Punch newspapers, so these things can happen to me too. Right, so basically, what I just told me is that there is really nothing worth salvaging in Nigeria. There's no elite, there's no upper middle class in Nigeria. We're all poor. So if I don't see any value in that system, then to hell with it.
All right, thank you. So, sure, thank you so much, Mama Icho. Yeah. All right, Mama Icho, you're next. Just a question,
David, it was nice meeting you at last. I've been watching your work behind the scene. I'm proud of what you do, and I thank you for the courage to stand for the truth and to join host of Nigeria to fight this war of impunity that has made our country, ourselves, to become global disgrace. And together, we shall redeem this country from this terrorist group called set of politicians. So I will be needing your phone number. There are work we are going to be doing together. I am the convener of Anda Mongo Charitable Organization here, charitable organization in Nigeria, and charity organization here in US. We have many things to do together. So my question is this. What is the implication if Tutu, as I call him, Tinubu, what is going to be the implication in general if he happen to be sworn in May 2019? If the judiciary does not take swift decision now, what will be the implication at home and globally?
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mama Icho. Alaro, you're next.
Okay, thanks a lot, Dr. Damages. David, you're doing a great job.
Okay, so
can you hear me?
Okay.
David, do you want to take that question first? I thought anyone you
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. All right, go ahead.
What happened? I should go ahead.
Someone else was asking a question because I was asking. Yes, please.
Okay,
yeah,
perfect.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, great job, and you have my support as usual. You didn't block me on Twitter, but you still haven't followed me back, so I'll appreciate that if you can. Like you said, the stories the facts, not stories that you put together on the former governor, have been out there. Because I have heard this through my older brothers and family members that are his age mates, that were all in this old Chicago, people that grew up in Chicago in his time. You hear little things. So it was always out there. And that being said, I don't know if you looked into the angle of those old-timer Lagosian mob bosses in Chicago. Those that actually got those life sentences back then. Have you looked in that angle and see if you can maybe contact them? They might have some interesting stories to tell if they're still in the system. More grace to you, and my prayers are with you. I know it's not easy going against the government. Like you said, they have their ways. Stay blessed, and I appreciate the opportunity. One love, man. Peace.
All right. So, David, do you want to take the two, or should I continue? Okay. Ikola, you're next.
We said, okay. So let me take it through then. First question was, what are the local implications of? Should I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead, David. Go ahead. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead,
Hello?
David. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
We can hear
So
you.
the first question was, what are the local international implications of the swearing in if it's to go ahead? Now, the local implication of this is twofold. First of all, Tinubu's people are transactional people. They're mercantile people, so they see it as their turn. It's basically that's all it's about for them. So if there's such a thing as a president Tinubu, the model that it has been employed in Lagos, that parasitic model, is going to be imported wholesale to Abuja. So what they're going to try and do, if they find their way there, is to take over all the instruments of states and fix themselves at the nozzle of anything that looks like there's money there. That's their number one target. So all of these for Dio Israel's, all of these, as we call them on social media, the only reason they're acting so obnoxious is to signal to Oga that how low I'm willing to roll in the mud because of you. How loyal you. So if I'm this loyal, I deserve to be rewarded in an outsized manner. So this one wants to be minister of this or that. This one wants to be DG of this or that. That's what it's about for them locally. Everybody is trying to position. There is a lot of lobbying going on as we speak. A lot of it. They've not sworn the man in yet. We don't even know whether swearing in is going to happen yet, but there's a lot of lobbying going on already. Who is going to be where everybody is trying to fix their mouth on different, every nozzle there is that looks like it's near an income generating entity. So that's the local implication. There's going to be a significant the economy is not great as it is, but there's going to be a significant economic downturn, just like there was in 2016, because something similar happened as soon as Buhari's people, and the first priority, the first order of business was to import every Adamu, Abdullahi, Suleiman into Abuja and displace everybody else. So we witnessed that in 20. We had a recession in 2016 completely contrived. There was no reason for the 2016 recession to happen. Just completely contrived. The government was excluded concerned then with ethnicity and a certain religion, in charge of everything. So it's going to be a similar situation, possibly worse locally. Now, internationally, which is what I'm more concerned about, the international implications of swearing this person in as a president will be that all of these countries that are refusing to acknowledge right now that there's anything wrong, all of those media platforms that are refusing to cover right now, platforms, everyone that is looking the other way now, like everything is fine. As soon as he is sworn in, all of a sudden, you will realize that everything is not fine. All of a sudden, you start seeing all these journalists who let me let you into something. The initial story, which was the story about his involvement in drug trafficking, it was published in July last year. Ever since I published that story, I can't think of any major journalist around in the English-speaking world, whether it's Canada, US, UK, Australia, who writes on anything Africa or drug-related that hasn't followed me on Twitter. They've all read the story, but they've not said a word about it. They are just waiting. Let these people swear in this man first. And the reason they are waiting now, they're concerned, it's not a story yet. It's not a story yet. He's just a presidential candidate or not yet the president. When he becomes the president, it becomes a story for them. That president of the president of Africa's largest country, Africa's biggest economy, was a drug trafficker and has involvement in all forms of criminality. That's when you start seeing them pushing that narrative. And unfortunately, it's not even as going affected. We don't have diplomatic passports. Because we are ordinary people. We are the ones that when we are going to London or to Doha or to Dubai or to wherever, we are the ones that they will start wearing gloves and digging their hands into our anal crevice, searching for what is not there. We are the ones who are going to suffer all those indignities. So that's going to be the international. Already, Nigeria already does not have a good reputation, and already they don't even need an excuse to treat us terribly. I've been a victim of this. Last time I was in Dubai, I got seriously embarrassed. And the only thing that helped me out of the mess was because they realized that I was a journalist and I was a well-known journalist. That's the only thing that stopped it. I was embarrassed very bad. I was in Dubai in 2020. It wasn't funny at all. Like I just come off the flight. There were maybe like 3 black people on the flight because we weren't flying from Nigeria. We were flying from Turkey. And we landed in Dubai, and the 3 black people on the flight who happened to be Nigerians were randomly selected for drug searches. And because I didn't come with a suitcase, I only came with like a shoulder bag because I was only there for like 2 nights or something. They said, why don't you have a suitcase? So the implication was that I must have to do something. That's why I didn't come with load. I came here to take crime. They took me inside their white room, made me strip off my clothes, started asking me because it was a very nasty experience until I explained that this is who I am. I've written for CNN and then, oh my God, and then they backed off. Because they realized he can, shout it to a loud global audience. But ordinary people who don't have that privilege, what happens to them? It's going to worsen by a factor of 5. So those are the implications of Tinubu being sworn in now. And then the second question, which was asked from the old school, I think Lagos. One understand those people first.
David,
sorry, can everyone hear me?
Yeah, your line is getting worse. I'm not sure why. Are you on a computer or a phone? Maybe you can get closer.
Right.
To
okay. You're back. The screen froze.
Oh, okay.
I'm on a computer.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
I'm on a computer and I'm right next to my Wi-Fi router. What is happening? But
okay,
it's to be fine now. So I was saying, the thing to understand about the more that gentleman described is that first of all, getting access to people is not the easiest thing in the world.
All right. Finally, his line is off. We'll wait for him.
Right. I'm back again.
Okay.
So,
go ahead.
Yeah, not the easiest people to gain access to. These are people who are very secretive. They've done a lot of terrible things and they know. So in their older years, they are not really trying to open up to anyone. And don't also forget that a lot of them have built fortunes off of criminality. So they're not trying to expose their descendants to any potential liability. So you can't just walk into a meeting with one of these people and ask them for their memoirs. They're not going to give it to you. And then especially being that they know who I am and they know that this one is a big mouth. So nobody really wants to talk to me like that. It's very difficult to gain access to these people. I know they exist. I know some of them. They definitely know who I am, but getting them is almost impossible. It's almost impossible. They have very strong. I think the Italians have a term for it. It's omerta, like an oath of silence. They have very, very strong aversion to speaking up about anything. They don't keep records. They don't write memoirs. Everything is strictly based on trust and family relationships and whatnot. So once you are perceived as an outsider, which I am, nobody's going to talk to you. So no, I've not been able to get access to that kind of information. I wish I could. It would be lovely if I could. I know there's so much going on under the hood that I can't even dream of. But unfortunately, no one is going to tell me.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Ikolola, you're next.
Hey, good evening, everyone. And I don't know what time it is in New York right now. Good morning, Dr. Rudolph. And thank you, everyone, for giving me this chance. Thank you once again. Thanks for coming in, David. I've said hello to you many times on your spaces in Twitter, and I've written to you sometimes in Twitter, but it's just for me to say thank you to what you're doing again. But since I have the opportunity to ask you a question, I might as well do that. Right. You have practically, I don't know, but this is what I assume. You have practically lost your hap- chances. Say, if this man gets sworn in, you have practically lost your chances of going back to Nigeria, if as it is. And you're still doing this. You're doing this.
Yeah.
You seem passionate about it. You put your best to it, and which gives persons like me say, okay, if that man is willing to put his life on the line, what are we afraid of? What exactly are we afraid of? But this is it. I mean, people say, and I've said it, it's becoming a song to me now. People say they voted in Buhari because they didn't know who he is. So you are trying to clear the air so that that excuse is no longer there. Now, what do you say? And these people they claim they are neutral. What do you say? And they were on this platform sometime yesterday. To persons who will come and say, well, we know all this, but let us just go on. You might be surprised, that is mostly their words. You might be surprised, he might get sworn in, and he becomes the best of what we have. And you wonder, and you cannot say they're not educated, you cannot say they're not informed, they know everything you're talking about, but they still wish for a miracle or something that cannot happen. How does that make you feel?
All right, thank you. David, you want to take that, or should I get two more people?
You should take that because they're like two questions in one. Question
Okay.
was, how do I feel about potentially having lost the possibility of ever returning home? Well, when I fled Nigeria for like in November 2020, I guess I already knew to an extent that this could be permanent. Maybe I didn't necessarily appreciate the extent to which it will become permanent, but I definitely understood the possibility. So I wasn't like a naive child when I was coming into this, which is why I keep on saying I'm not asking for sympathy or anything. I knew what I was getting myself into. I knew what the implications were. I mean, I'm part of something called the Safe Box Network, which is run by Forbidden Stories. Forbidden Stories is a French organization, and what the Safe Box Network is an institution for journalists that basically you save all of your work on their secret server, and if anything happens to you, all of your work gets serialized across like 60 publications across like 5 continents or something. So basically, the purpose of that is that's like your insurance policy. Like if you die, the person who killed you will be exposed to the world, right? And I'm part of that. So that's just to say that I'm aware of the risks involved, and I'm aware of the reality that, especially in that part of the world, journalists die. It's a thing. Just last month, one of our colleagues, uh, Richard Zongo, I believe you heard the story in Cameroon. He was investigating a story about state corruption, and he turned up dead. It's a thing that happens. So I'm aware of the risks involved. But the thing is that maybe it's because I didn't really grow up seeing these people as like those people up there. I grew up with them. Like I went to school with their kids. Like I consider myself to be a contemporary. You understand? So like Fashola's kid and I went to Atlantic Hall together. So I don't see these people as those people up there. I see them as the people I saw every day. So I really don't rate them like that. I don't see them as people that I should be afraid of. I see them as a bunch of half literate, wastes of space who are making life a lot more difficult than it needs to be for everyone else. That's how I see it, right? Because that's what I grew up seeing. Right? Like these are not like I don't consider these to be like the elites or people that I should be worried about or beholden to. No, I just see them as the people who need to get out of the way. Nigeria has a phenomenal amount of high quality human beings, phenomenal amount of high quality talent. Right, that's the one thing Nigeria does not lack in any way. Very, very, very high quantities of very high quality people. Nigeria has that. The problem is that the people who happen to be in charge of Nigeria are these people that I grew up with, or that I grew up with their kids or their grandkids. So I just see it as these people need to leave the seat, right? And occasionally, like it does happen when like I run into like people I went to school with or whatnot. In some circles, I'm viewed as a pariah, right? There are some alumni groups that want nothing to do with me because this one is a before you go and use us to write an article, please, or that's how I'm viewed in some spaces. In some other spaces, I'm viewed more favorably. I'm just comes with the territory. I just feel as if, again, it goes back to watching my dad die in 2017. That thing did something to me. It rewired my brain in a way because it made me understand that at the end of everything, no matter how much you bargain with the system, because my dad spent his whole life bargaining with the system, so he wouldn't compromise, but at the same time, he wasn't like at all. He would never confront the system. My dad was the exact opposite of me. Very pacifist, very non-confrontational. My dad would never go and fight with anybody. And at the end of everything, he was the most agreeable person you can think of. And they just ordinary, okay, make the ambulance service work. That's it. My dad never expected anything from Nigeria. Never expected light, water, nothing. We did everything for ourselves. And at the end of it all, the one thing that we couldn't privatize, which was an ambulance to get him from the hospital, the one thing that's what killed him.
All right.
Of not,
Thank you.
to coward. That's that's what I believe. Now, sorry, to spend 5 seconds reminding me what the second question was, so I can quickly answer.
Okay, it's the second question. Yeah. Thanks for answering the first one properly. The second one is, how do you feel? And I don't mean anger. How do you feel when you see persons who you are trying to educate and who are literate?
Right.
Read what you write,
I remember
and they
that
feel
question.
okay. Let's just go on. I mean, let it just go on, and they're still affected. In fact, they are worse off than you. So you wonder.
So,
I should put that to you. Leave that to you. How do you feel?
one thing I've come to understand is that being educated, being literate, and being politically literate are not necessarily the same thing. Even within my own family, so I have a brother. He's a doctor, he's a medical doctor, very, very, very well educated person. And in 2015, he supported Buhari. And it used to cause tension between us because I could never understand it. Why on earth would you root for this person? Because one of the stories we were told when we were small was the story of how my brother, because he's 7 years older than I am, back in 1984, when he had just been born, when Buhari had just come into office, he was born in 1980. So apparently back then, when the whole Esenko thing was going on and people couldn't find commodities, so high-ranking civil servants like that used to exchange information with via because having a Nitel telephone was like a very rare, it was an elite thing at the time. So people who had Nitel telephones were able to exchange information that you can get baby formula in Abeokuta, and it's not in Lagos. So one of my earliest memories is my mom telling me the story of how one time they put all the kids into the car and they drove to Abeokuta and they acted as if they were going for a family outing, but they were actually going to buy baby formula, to stock up on baby formula because there was no baby formula in the market in Lagos. And that if not for that, my brother's growth would have been stunted because of Buhari. So I could never understand it in 2015 that You that because of this man that you're supporting, you almost didn't get to development. Why on earth are you rooting for this person with all your education? I couldn't understand it. And what I've come to understand since then is that being educated in a functional sense and being educated in a more like philosophical sense are not the same thing at all. So it's possible to be, you can read English, you can be a reasonably logical person, you have a good job or whatever, you exist at a decent level of society, but internally, you don't, the way you think isn't all that different to the way the person that is driving a keke in Obalende thinks. Unfortunately, that's what I've discovered. That's how a lot of people are. So it is what it is.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Ngozi. Ngozi, you're next.
Thank you, Doctor. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, David. I I I want to ask two questions in one. So, hello, am I audible?
Yeah, go
Yes,
ahead.
you
Yeah,
are.
yeah, you are.
So, I wanted to know, David, during the Itunu Babalola's case, I remember everything you put in it and how you went head to head with Abike Dabiri. And at the end of the day, you just sort of you told us on Twitter, by the way, I follow you on Twitter, that nobody should get you involved. If anybody has a problem in the diaspora, they should not mention your name because it could potentially mean that that problem was not going to be solved because you irritate people for a living. So I just wanted to ask, if at a point you do this, you keep doing this, you keep trying to expose these secrets that these politicians keep, and people do not hear, and they keep making the same mistakes over again, just like Baba Lola's case, will you stop? Especially, and I also wanted to ask you, when you joined the Forbidden Stories Network, I remember you announced it on Twitter, and I couldn't help but notice the timeline. It was shortly after you published the from drug lord to presidential candidate. Is there a connection? Did it have something to do with you joining the network? That's my question. Thank you.
Okay, so let me start with the second question. The answer is yes, it absolutely did. In fact, it was shortly after I published that story. They reached out to me. Funny story. They reached out to me first. So normally you are supposed to be the one who reaches out to them. But they actually reached out to me because they received an independent threat assessment. There's a whole story involved in this. So if you've heard of a Ghanaian journalist called Anas Aremeyaw Anas, Ghanaian investigative journalist. So he runs an organization called the Whistleblowers and Journalists Safety uh, Whistleblowers and Journalist Safety International Council. Yeah, so it's shortened as WAJSIC. So at the time, I was getting some assistance from WAJSIC. Basically, they were. I don't want to go into the specifics of it because I'm not really supposed to talk about it because a lot of this is obviously. But I was getting some assistance from WAJSIC, and one of the things that WAJSIC then did was they actually recommended, like they did an independent threat assessment that is this guy's life under threat? And the answer was yes, absolutely yes, it is. So there were a couple of things that they did for me, which I'm forever indebted to Anas for that. And then they also reached out to Forbidden Stories on my behalf. So it was Forbidden Stories that then reached out to me and basically like, so the process is that they onboard you, you save your work on their server via a secure drop, which can only be accessed using Tor browser. Um, they completely debrief you. They interview you comprehensively. They find out who the potential threats to your life are, where those threats are located, and all whatnot. And then they intentionally make you do a very visible announcement all over your social media so that everybody will know. Now, if anything happens to you, this everything is going to come out. So, and that serves as your insurance policy. So yes, you are right in thinking that there was a link. There was a very, very direct link, in fact. And then the first question, which was eventually, will I stop? Well, the thing is, this career in itself is not a career you do 10, 15, 20 years. I've always seen it as a 4 to 5 year career, and then you hang your hat and leave someone younger because it's very, very high risk. It's very high octane. I've been in some very like, you know how it is in the movies where you are watching an action sequence and as a spectator you're enjoying it, but even then you're thinking, well, this is so unlikely. this could never happen. But I've been in some situations that it was as if I was watching myself from like an out of body experience. That is this really me that is doing this? I've been in some really crazy situations over the past couple of years. So, I mean, I turned 33 next month. I'm getting older. And, you know, when I started out in 2019, I was newly divorced. I didn't have a child. You know, there were so many reasons why I could just throw myself into my work. Now things are a little bit different. So I see it as something you do 4 or 5 years and then you transition into a quieter thing, let a younger person take over. So this is my 4th year. So this is like basically my valedictory year, more or less. So that's how I've always seen it. That I do this for like half a decade, like with all my strength, I pour myself into it, and then I transition away. So the hope is that with the little work I've been able to do, there would have been one or two younger people coming up behind who will be even worse than I am, and who would have been energized to take off from where I stopped. And hopefully, it will even be one or two. Hopefully, it will be 10 or 20, because that's ultimately what we hope for, I think.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Ngozika. Igbo Basics, you're next.
Yeah, David, Dr. Damages, Rudolf Okonkwo. David, what you're doing is what I call a labor of love and destiny. I'm an old soldier on my second missionary journey down here in New Jersey. Listening to you for 3 hours, 11 minutes, and 13 seconds on a stretch, that is something that is unusual. But I did go through that. And that was in your what I now call at basicsexpress.com. It's the first slide. I call it 31113, consequences of an illegitimate president for Nigeria. And hearing you out and all your experience, I look at you and I see what I now call your father's character continuum. That is my own coinage, not the Brudayo Korikwe coinage. Why I term you as such is the story you told about your father and how he has signed up papers for somebody who was a land buyer, possibly former governor, maybe Bola or whoever it is, and he brought some entreaties. Please remind me if I'm wrong on that, but he has sent some gifts and your father turned them down. So I don't do that. So that's why I say your father's character continuum. Now, to my question, because looking at the work you do and the work that Dr. Damages do, you are the guys who are actually encouraging some of us who have actually, I wouldn't use the word thrown in the towel because all soldiers die. No, they never die. They just fade away. It's really Dr. Damages that brought me back into thinking, okay, we can continue with this journey. The question I have, because when I think about Delegewa, the rest of the people that has gone through as a result of the work that they do, I look at you and I pray God that may Almighty continue to shield you. The simple question I have here today is, on the man or woman, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, or whoever it is, as was being speculated and went to college or did not go to college, it goes to the question of, was this man birth certificate a baptismal certificate, or was he born in a hospital? Whoever it was, whether born in the hospital, or was it a birth certificate, or is it a case of certificate of age declaration? Have you looked into that?
All right.
So if I'm to understand your question, you're basically asking if there is any sort of birth certificate for him on file.
That is correct.
To the best of my knowledge, there isn't. I have seen no such document, and he himself has never actually tendered any kind of birth certificate in any official capacity. I've never seen one. I suspect that, like many other people from his generation at that time, from the place he came from, he may not even know his exact birthday. It's entirely possible that he may not know his exact birthday. There are many people from that generation who estimated their ages. So, and I believe that there's an almost 100% probability that any date of birth that he has provided in any official capacity is false. Right? And my reason for saying that is very simple. There, depending on where he's submitting this information, there's always a different date of birth. He has submitted about 5 or 6 different dates of birth in different capacities in different places. So in the article that I published in November, where where the story of the perjury on his INEC EC9 came up, the date of birth provided on his INEC EC9 form is 2 years. That there's a 2 year discrepancy between that date of birth and the date of birth provided to that was provided by what's it called, Chicago State University, in response to the subpoena. So the date of birth that is on that they have on file there is there's a 2 year discrepancy from the date of birth submitted to INEC. That in itself is a different date of birth to that which he provided to INEC in 1999, which is also in itself different to the date of birth that he has provided in other places. So the date of birth that is attached, for example, to his one of the social security numbers linked to him in the US. So they're like 5 or 6 different dates of birth. So that only leads me to believe that this man doesn't actually know how old he is. He probably has just been estimating how old he is. Certainly doesn't know what his date of birth is, and certainly none of us does.
You see, I am one of those generation, in the sense that, but it should not be 5 years, 10 years, different certificates. I have one affidavit of age declaration, sworn in 1976. And that is what you will find on record all through life. It should not be different. And that came from my cousin, who was born in a hospital. So his case, he has a certificate. I was already born before him, but it wasn't 1 year or 2 years or 3 years ago. So it's a problem. All we're asking is this man should show us if he has a certificate of declaration of age. That's no problem in the Nigerian context. You can do that.
I don't think he has that. And I think the reason he doesn't have it is because during those years when he should have sworn such a certificate or whatever, he was engaged in criminal activity. And this isn't an opinion. This is something that is on fact. It's on file. It's documented fact that he was engaged in criminal activity for basically the 80s, that entire decade. So I guess it's not difficult to see why, why it wouldn't be in a criminal's interest for them to have a known date of birth. It would be in the criminal's interest for them to maintain multiple dates of birth, because how do you maintain multiple identities? The building block of every separate identity is a date of birth. So the building block of every social security number, whatever, is a date of birth. So if you're maintaining multiple identities, as he was doing, then you obviously have multiple dates of birth. He was engaged in criminal activity. It's as simple as. And again, this is all documented. This isn't David Hundeyin's opinion. This is all recorded on file. So,
all right. Thank you, Igbo Basic. Thank you so
May
much.
God continue to guide you, David.
All right, Dr. David Oka. David, go ahead. Unmute yourself, David.
So just a quick reminder that I might need to leave really quickly.
Okay, yeah, okay. All right, I understand. You actually went over. I'm sorry. Okay, we just take these two people here and then we end it. David Okafor, quickly, question, please.
So, Dr. Damages, I was saying that I want to apologize for my inability to appear in the studio for some time now. It's because of time factor.
I know. Just go straight to the question. He has to go. Thank you so much.
So, Mr. David, I want to thank you for the work you are doing. You're really a smart guy. I do not have so much questions to ask you, but I know you are doing a great job. And I'm a pastor, and I want to tell you that God will guide you and God will keep protecting you. One thing that disturbs my mind when I come to the social media concerning this past election, I hear people whom I believe that should have a sound mind making some unreasonable arguments about 25% in Abuja or not. In the wisdom of people who wrote that constitution, they knew that even if you are very popular in all the states in Nigeria, you are going to live in Federal Capital Territory. You must have to be popular in the Federal Capital Territory, because you can't go to all over Nigeria and be received. And when you come to the very Federal Capital Territory, when you are where you are supposed to be living, you will be very unpopular. This is why they said you must have at least 25% also in Abuja. And some people are putting this. They think this is not relevant. One thing I want to tell you is that the man Tinubu seems to be mysterious. He's a man with unlimited resources, and he has been using it to buy as many people and do as much damages all over his life. And now I believe he has bought not only the judiciary, he has bought many people in the security departments of Nigeria, EFCC, DSS. He has bought himself through all these people. But I know that only people like you, who are equipped with the power to say the truth, can come out and help Nigeria as a whole to undo with this kind of character. So I'm encouraging you. I'm saying, do not be afraid. I don't have any so much questions to ask. Do not be afraid in what you are doing. There is always a powerful force protecting the man who is saying the truth.
All right, thank you.
So
there
is always a powerful force protecting the man who is saying the truth. And that force will continue to protect you. It will lead you wherever you are going. They can't assess you until all these things will be over. Tinubu, if he is sworn in, he's going to also be the chief. He's going to be the leader of the whole nation. Besides being the leader of the whole nation, he will be in charge of the armed forces as well.
Chidi.
And this is not
Dr.
Yes,
Chidi.
please.
We have to stop there.
Yeah?
So he has to go. We have to stop there. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, quickly, just
Thank
a question. Thank you. Quickly, your question, please. Unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, since this is gonna be the final question, please allow me David. Thank you very much for carrying your cross. Igbo proverb says destiny is located. So that's yours. Thank you for taking your cross. My question is this: I follow you and I've read the articles. The Tinubu's article, the Chicago University article. From is it the Bradley College? Is it Bradley or whatever?
Richard J. Daley
Richard Daley College. Is it that the female that went to a female went to Richard Daley and they used the female's result to enter Chicago State University, and then the female, and that's what you are trying to say, that if a female enters Chicago State University and the female graduate, do we have an evidence where the female is right now, or where she lived last? If it wasn't the female that graduated, if it was Tinubu that falsified the record and used it or took the record of the female and entered Chicago State University, and if he graduated from Chicago State University, is there a way that there's gonna be a criminal prosecution for forging the result, taking someone's result to enter another university, or is it possible to have a proceeding against Chicago State University for giving a certificate to someone who didn't merit the certificate?
So I think it's important to point out that there is actually no evidence that Chicago State University gave that certificate to the person now calling himself Bola Tinubu. If they had given him that certificate, I don't think he would have had any reason to go submit that ridiculous forgery that he submitted to INEC. So what I suspect happened is that the person who they have on file as Bola Tinubu, that person gained admission, who was a female, that person gained admission to Chicago State University after attending Richard Daley College. And that person was the person who was awarded that certificate. And then he then took on this person's identity, possibly after this person became deceased. Because bear in mind that at the time, this was a very common thing that Nigerians used to do in the US at the time, where they will come into the US maybe on a visitor's visa or something, then basically take on the identity of a recently deceased person, a recently deceased black person, and basically impersonate that person. So your name is Olayinka Adeyanju. You come into the US, and then there's some guy called Jermaine Shoemaker who died last week, like an African American or whatever. There are corrupt elements within the immigration service that will actually sell you this person's social security number and this person's details, so you can actually take on this person's identity as long as the person's death has not been acknowledged by the state yet. You then take on his identity, take on his date of birth, everything, and become that person. If you recall, after the September 11 attacks, when the Department of Homeland Security became very belligerent in the US, they went on a spree arresting a lot of Nigerians who had done that. So that was in the 70s and the 80s, a lot of Nigerians settled themselves in the US using those illegal means. So if that was what Tinubu did, it wouldn't have been a rarity at all. It was a thing that Nigerians used to do a lot at the time. So I suspect that's what he did. He might have even done it for multiple people, which is how come he was able to maintain multiple identities to support his criminality. So I don't believe for one second that he actually attended Chicago State University, or that Chicago State University gave him the certificate that was actually issued to the person who they admitted, the person known as Bola Tinubu. And it's also important. It's also important to point out that Chicago State University and Richard Daley College are what are known as HBCUs. HBCU is a historically black college and university. And if you know anything or two about HBCUs in the US, they are not anywhere near as well funded as their white counterparts. So basically, what I'm trying to say in a very roundabout kind of way is that if you have enough money, it is very, very possible to corrupt an HBCU. Right. So it is very possible. It's possible, for example, that you didn't attend university there, and you can go in there and pay somebody some money in the library department and get them to put your picture inside the yearbook. It's very doable. You can get them to put your face in an alumni handbook or something. They can do that. But the real test is, can this certificate that is present, can you go and claim it? Because if he was able to go claim that certificate, if he was able to request a certified true copy of that certificate, there would have been no need for him to submit a forgery to INEC. There would have been no need for that whatsoever. But what he submitted to INEC was a blatant forgery, and a very poorly done one, in fact. So why would you even go to that stress of ordering a fake certificate from diplomamakers.com when you can just go to your university website, send them an email, pay the filing fee, and they will mail your certified true copy to you. Even I have done that before with the University Hall. It's not a difficult thing to do.
Okay. Is it possible for the university to sue someone for claiming that they went to their university and forging a certificate?
Okija, hold on.
So
David, hold
I
on.
think that's a US law thing. I'm not an American lawyer, so I think it's a US lawyer that will be best placed to answer that question. And I think because these offenses took place in the US, this is a US jurisdiction thing. So I'm not sure there's anything those of us who are in Nigeria, in and around Nigeria, can actually do about it, unfortunately.
Thank you, David. Thank you so much. There was a question, I think you already answered it in a way from the chat. There were a lot of questions on the chat I couldn't get to. But one was talking about Chicago State University and the fact that they had his picture there as someone that attended the university. So he was asking if it was possible for someone who didn't go there for them to put his picture. But I think you answered it already.
You pay. That's it. It's very simple. You go there, you walk in, you pay. All right. How much verification are they going to start doing? Digging through archives to verify whether you pay and you get your thing.
All right. Thank you, David. Thank you so much. I know you spent more than 30 minutes more than you promised, and I know you had other engagements. But we thank you, and hopefully in the nearest future, you can join us again when we have more time. We have more than 15 people who are waiting. Unfortunately, I can't get to them. They wanted to ask you questions. But we appreciate your time today.
Thank you for having me.
All right. So when we come back, we are going to continue the conversation. We will review what happened here today. All right. Okay, guys. I know it's not my fault, so it's not. I know everybody wanted to have an opportunity. For those that didn't get to, it wasn't intentional. All right. So let me hear from people who, first of all, who didn't get a chance to ask questions, what they think about the story. And let's start with you, Mark.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, Mark.
I think most of my questions is going to be probably a waste of time on the platform asking again, because I've asked them a lot on this platform, maybe 2 or 3 times actually. It's about the certificate, it's about the date of birth, and so on and so forth. But I wanted to get a specific response from David. But now that he's gone, I don't want to waste time.
Okay. Did you watch the whole interview?
Yes, I was here. I was watching. I was commenting in the chat, but I was backstage, so I couldn't ask it to him.
Okay. All right. And you didn't get the answer you wanted?
Yeah, I did, but my own would have probably been framed. My question would have framed a little slightly different, so I could get that targeted answer from him. But it's fine. It's fine. Unless you want me to ask the question again for other people to answer.
No. That's that's okay. If you go ahead.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon. Um, there is nothing we have not heard that is, this is not surprising to us, honestly speaking. This has been going on even before Tinubu declared his intention to be Nigerian president. Truth, like I always say, it's always easy to tell the truth, but when you start lying, it's gonna take like 1 million lies to cover one truth. I think I was on Daddy Free's show one time, and something about certificate came up, and I said, "Look, if you ask me the school I went to in Nigeria, I will tell you, and I will tell you my classmates. At least I can name up to 10 of my classmates. If you ask me the schools I attended here in the United States, I can tell you. And in fact, one of my classmates is here, and I keep in touch with some of our Nigerian classmates. I don't know why. I don't know why people still have doubts about all these things. If Tinubu, if all these things, allegations against him, if he feels that this is not true, just tell us this is your certificate. These are my classmates. These are my backup. So I don't know why people still have doubts about whether these stories are true, whether they are true or not. My concern about Tinubu's administration, like I said yesterday, of course, Tinubu will be sworn in as a president on the 29th. No doubt about it. I mean, unless if anything happened. But I see him being the next president of Nigeria. My biggest concern is the suppression of media, because I know that's going to happen. Thank God we're in the world of social media, so people can, be anywhere they want to be and say whatever they want to say. But people like David, who lives there in Nigeria, if I'm not mistaken, and other journalists, investigative journalists, what's going to happen to them? What's going to happen to their voice? It's just like you feel like this is going to be a glorified or military government coming in next month. So unfortunately, I don't know where we're gonna go with this. I don't know. I don't see Nigeria moving forward. Instead of moving forward, we're gonna go like 20 years backwards. Where we are today. Again, I'm an advocate of whether Paul like it or not, whether forefather like it or not. I'm always an advocate of this thing called One Nigeria is not working, and it's not gonna work for us. the better we start going our separate ways, the easier for us. So I don't know, but that's where I stand. This is not news. If Tinubu feel that the people are lying against him, come out, tell us who your classmates are. I can proudly tell you my classmates, schools and degrees, they're all over our home. Show us your own. But if this is gonna be a news for us, to me, honestly, it's not a news. We know Tinubu is lying. We know all these things are fake and forged in order for him to be the president. And this is where we are. And this is where Nigeria will never move forward.
Okay, thank you, Ife. Man of Prestige, you're next. I'm sorry we couldn't get you.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. I greet everybody, afternoon and morning. Yeah, I listened to the whole story from David. He's, in my own opinion, he's doing a great job. Very interesting, investigating journalist. I'm looking at Tinubu live. That's supposed to be our president-elect. Like if he said, in my own opinion, he's going to be sworn in as Nigerian president. So that's what it's going to be. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen, but I think he is. I mean, his life is just full of puzzlement. I don't know what to make of it. I mean, how can you be this controversial? Nothing about you is believable. I mean, starting from primary school and what's going on right now about this Guinea passport and all that kind of things. It's very, it's very puzzling. But what I was going to ask David, but I didn't have the opportunity to ask him, of course, there's a lot of people on this thing, is that what's going to happen if Tinubu decide to come to USA with what's going on about this civil case or indictment, whichever one it is, even I thought he forfeited that with the civil, discord, it's still something. Is he going to be able to travel to USA to attend the UN something or whatever? I don't know. How about the discord, or the, divergence surrounding his certificate? How is he able to get the certificate or whatever, So can USA government be able to, maybe retrieve that certificate that he have, the degree, the so-called degree that he has, I don't know, with all these discrepancies we have on his degree. I was going to ask him that, but he's not here right now. I just want to present my question to the panelists. Maybe we can discuss about it later. Thank you.
All right. Who is next? Let's man of Brazil. You've spoken, haven't you?
Yeah, I have.
Okay. Who else has not spoken? I think everyone has spoken here. I guess I can. I wish this in Rudolf was around, but he's going to be coming back on. For me, I didn't want to come and harass the gentleman because I don't have any basis for it, and he seems to have done a brave job. Some people are just doubting whether what he said was accurate, whether it's true. But I think if it's not true, he knows he's risking his entire reputation on this one because it's a very serious claim and it will have to be proven. And if it is true, okay, I think now that one is going to be damaging. If it is true, it's really going to be damaging. One, why does he need a foreign passport? Why did he accept it? And it's not that long ago too. It's a serious one. And I think, and if he that technicality that is on the form that means that he has basically perjured himself, that could lead to serious disqualification. This issue here that we are looking at, and this is why I think this report is very, very important, and it needs to be confirmed. I hope that people are doing their due diligence now in Guinea to find out, direct information about this, because if it is true, it's explosive for sure. On a day, we just found out that Rivers State is probably one of the stolen states. That's in terms of flipping it to this in APC. So it could be this is getting too many banana peels all over the place for Tinubu now. And but we'll see, but I must say the guy is a brave man to come out and say something like this, and I hope he's doing his due diligence to make sure he's safe, because this is not something that you come out with, and this is the kind of stuff you want to see from journalists in Nigeria. Go and dig out all this nonsense that is going on, and I wish they brought the names of the people that have stolen our oil. Somebody please investigate and bring the names so that we know the people that actually stolen this oil. But we'll see, and I will leave it at that. I don't know, because I don't like making claims about stuff that I don't know a lot about. That's why I didn't want to venture into that. So I will leave it for Rudolph. Sorry, I just wanted to fill the space while nobody was around. And
Yeah, I got kicked out. Thank you so much. It happens. I don't know what happens. Tosh, I think you're next. You haven't said anything. Tosh, go ahead. Did you watch the story?
All right. I think so far so good. Good evening, everybody. So far so good. About Tinubu's certificate or whatsoever has been in the public domain for a very long time, but it's just that a lot of people have not paid attention to it. While he was the state governor of Lagos State, was in around early 2000s thereabouts. So because at first, from the INEC form that he filled, he said he went to St. Paul Aroloya Primary School and he went to GCI. And, after that, Gani Imi took it up and everybody saw that he didn't actually attend these schools. And Bode George also, because he went to Government College Ibadan as well, and he knew that he was lying. So why is it that this time when he filled the INEC form, those two places were left blank? You understand? So he knew for him to have lied in the first place in his political career, he should be taken up. That was when I knew Nigeria politics is not something to write home about anyway. But and as well, someone of his age, as at that time in the 70s, like David just said, there's something called historically black college and universities, HBCU, in the United States as at that time. You know that the African Americans were just coming out from Civil War struggle in the 60s to the early 70s. So how come someone, because we know that during those times we have leaders who will go abroad, because most times our leaders usually go to UK to school. Hardly you find all these leaders then going to the United States. If anyone goes to the United States, they go to these Ivy League universities. So how come someone of that caliber will reduce himself so much to Chicago State University? I'm sorry that I'm degrading the school. I'm not, but as at that time, no Nigerian will ever settle for that. They would rather go to even Morehouse College, has more prestige than Chicago State University. So he was suffering from a lot of funding. So how come someone like that will go there and at the same time finishes there and claim that he works in Mobile? And if you say that how can you work in Mobile when you didn't come out from all these Ivy League universities? And as well, when you notice something about his CV, how can you be a chartered accountant and you don't have one single certification, professional certification? He doesn't have one. So it raises a lot of dust. There's something to this thing, and the rest is history. So I leave the rest for others too.
All right, thank you, Dr. Emeze. You're next. Dr. Emeze, go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Dr. Emeze, next.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Rudolph.
Emeze, you have your YouTube is open, and then you are also on StreamYard. So turn off your YouTube.
Thank
you have your YouTube is open, and then you are also.
All right, let's keep him. Let's go to Prince Akwachi. Go ahead.
Good morning, Dr. Damages. I'm not gonna be mad at you in as much as I was boiling. I wanted to, not necessarily a question because I follow him on Twitter, so I know about most of the things that he's been writing, and I give him, kudos for being brave. Tush, I don't know if you're still on. You asked a question. Basically, if you follow the story, you will find out that the person who actually got Tinubu, in all these things, what I mean, when you trace the footsteps to getting that name, Bola Tinubu, was the Mogaji lady, the mother, the adopted mother, whatever it is. And the person he's bearing her name, because the person is a her, is a daughter to the woman's son who died. And then they wanted to move him, they said, okay, that's an opportunity to move him. So they moved him to the US. And when they moved him to the US, he has to assume the name of the girl who had already died. And that was how he got that identity. That, that aside, for me, it's so surprising that we are still dealing with the same man that have, a lot of cases to answer. And and the government of the day don't even care. They don't even care at all. Hope it's certain that they've been bribed, or they've been bought over, so they don't care anymore. They don't care about any other person. But thank God that David even made it clear. He said even the rich men there, they are nothing. It's just a matter of time for them to know that they are nothing. They might have money and do all they do in Nigeria. One day the things that they do will catch up with them. That's all I can say for now.
All right. Thank you. Who did I miss? Anybody?
Yeah.
Oh, Dr. Meze. Yeah, go ahead.
Dr. Rudolf. Sorry, I wanted to make an observation. So, and it's something that I've discussed with our father on this platform before. So, I really wanted to know, like, this Kulaka guy. I really want to know, like, why do you always allow him to come to this platform with him being unmasked? Why do you allow him to come to this platform in that form, dressed in that form?
Yeah, that's a good question. I've explained it before, and I said that he wasn't the first person. When we started, what we said is that you must have your camera on, and there were two people actually who were putting on mask when they come up here, and we didn't remove them. We didn't say that was a problem as long as we saw the eyes. And I've had a lot of people complain about that. So what we decided to do is we set up a panel. They are working on the new guidelines. So when they finish, I thought they would be done by April 1, but that didn't happen. Then when we finish, then we come up and we say, these are the new guidelines. I'm leaving it to them. I don't want it to be my personal opinion. So that's the situation.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. But the thing is, from what I understand, I feel this your platform is where civil people come and they discuss about issues, So looking at the way Kulaka comes to this platform dressed in that way, so it gives this impression that he is being disrespectful to everybody that is on this platform. And again, apart from that, it shows that even in the US that he is, where things are done in a sane and well-mannered form. So him coming to this place with him being disguised in that form. So I think it's something that shouldn't be accepted in a platform like this, where people come, civilize people are all around the world. They watch your platform, and when they see somebody like that, it put on this notion or this belief that he feels that he's better than every other person, that he can come to this platform and do anything that he wants to do, which I feel is very, very wrong, and it shouldn't be accepted. So I don't think if he has any fear, I think even he yourself, if there's any fear that he feels he's having coming to this platform in that form, it's a place that civil people, they just come to discuss issues concerning Nigeria. So he shouldn't have any fear. Nobody is going after him. When coming to this platform, he should open his face and come to this platform and discuss issues concerning Nigeria. So if he feels that this place is not safe for him to come and discuss issues concerning Nigeria, he shouldn't come. So I'm suggesting that please, next time, if he wants to come to this platform, he should come to this platform with his phone exposed, because him coming to this platform shows that he doesn't have respect for anybody on this platform, and it shows that he doesn't regard anything that you are contributing in this platform.
All right, Dr. Meze, thank you so much. Let me just announce that on the 30th of April, we have as our guest Dr. Professor Chika Onigwe. Where is the flyer? I'm trying to share something. The Professor Chika Onigwe will be our guest here on the 30th of April, Sunday. She wrote, she's an award-winning writer, and she just published a new novel called The Middle Daughter. I will request that if you want, if you care, you can get a copy of the book and join us in the conversation. She's also a columnist for the Daily Trust, I believe, and she will talk about the middle grounds within the Nigerian socio-political space. So we look forward to welcoming him. Before next week, I will announce our guest for next Sunday. I'm still negotiating some of the things that we negotiate with these guests sometimes. So, but like I said yesterday, if you have any guests, interesting guests that you think we should have, and you have their contacts, you can send them to me. And if you can reach out to them, I'm open to having anybody as much as possible, multiple voices, different voices on this platform. All right, Mama H, what's going on?
You see, when it comes to collateral, usually it used to be a thorn in my flesh until I analyze him and I discover he's somebody who lack love at home and who lack attention. So he comes to this place to catch crews looking for attention. So don't give him the attention anymore. Then he will rethink and reset his brain. Having said that, I am grateful for everything that is happening. If Tutu did not contest and steal my children's mandate, all these hidden kaka ones we won't know. So now, with his stealing our mandate, has opened up all this that has destroyed us as a nation. So we now know who our true enemies are. And we'll go after them one by one. None will be spared. And I mean it. None of them will be spared. Wherever they keep our resources, thank God, I have plenty children now that are intelligent and they are doing what they call investigative journalism. I will work with them. Our organization will work with them. And this impunity, now me and my children will stop her because we want a better Nigeria for ourselves. Those of us who are here in the Western world, we want to go home. And for us to go home, we must address this impunity and reset our country in the right trajectory. So those of you, one at this so una dey buga with me and my children's destiny. Una dey borrow anyhow. Tutu, una don borrow the recent one. Instead, make una invest am for something wey go generate business opportunity and employ people. Una with una cabal, una wan monstalize the money, una come say una wan divide am to people for 8,000. 8,000 to buy recharge card abi for wetin? This is just I don't know how we dey get all these done this. How we allow them to continue. And another set of done this one enter power. Mbanu. Kò lè ṣẹlẹ̀. If they think so, they get power. But there is one supreme being that has the ultimate power. If he sees this breath from some of them, just for 30 minutes, road go clear. So there are different ways to kill this rat. This very rat will not become monster for us. When we say the analysis, when we get, we say, if he enter from May, all of us now we go suffer the thing. There are plenty ways to permit the rats. Either somebody help me do Abacha tea for am, or the Almighty God go seize him breath. All my children went in military because it is better military take over than this one, this one, this one. So anyway, when we take get this children, no dummy time. Look at all the atrocity on ground. In beginning, how can a Guinea man become president for Nigeria? How did that happen? And all of una do. I know say you be want do the good, but because they hold you for brokers, you not agree do the good. They go expose you now. We go so me and my children we go dig into my nyash like this, and we go publish you now home and abroad. Every work when I want to, I just see one picking today, David. I don't get the other one somewhere. So I report I did there. As I dey discover the NASA, I go dey add and join my list. Every step of the way when we go take, I go make sure they follow us from the IG office. So anywhere I want to go carry this matter go. When I want share, we want expose the monster behind our calamity that will now become the number one poor capital of the world. How dare you people? Enough is enough. The battle line has been drawn. And all of you plus my children, when turn us to this non-entity, we go see why. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mama Icho. So there were some things that he raised that I wanted to hear what people think. And one of them is we've been hearing these things, and it doesn't seem as if it seems as if they don't touch anything. What do you think? Is anybody here has any idea of what could happen? Will anything change what we know is going to happen on May 29th and moving forward? Anybody? Go ahead. Now.
If for me left alone, I always love to be optimistic. I sincerely believe things will catch up with him. Believe you me, I'm not saying I'm believing all the prophecies people were giving, but an instinct in me tells me there is still hope. Things are coming out, and things are coming out big time. That's all I can say for now.
Yeah, there were several questions I didn't get to because I wanted to give you guys a chance to talk to him. But the expiration date on the passports just asked is sometime in 2020. So it lasted from 2015, I believe, to 2020. So we don't have. Is any lawyer here with us? But people say that even if your passport is expired, it doesn't mean you are still not a citizen of that country. So, for instance, my Nigerian passport as of today is expired, but I don't think I feel like I'm no longer a citizen of Nigeria because it's expired. So people raise that issue that it's expired. So does that count as that he is not a citizen of that country? So I don't know if anybody has anything. Go ahead, Okija.
Okay, I think it depends on the country. I don't know how their constitution is. Like US, if you don't want to become, if you have a US passport and you don't want to become a US citizen, you have to write to the State Department, and then you have to return your passport, even if it expired. You have to return them. I no longer want to be a US citizen, and then they will cancel out the passport and then remove you as a US citizen. So it depends on the country. So I don't know what. But as long as he I think it should be this. I think it's the same for every country. Even though it expired, it doesn't matter. You are still legally because you can always renew the passport. So technically, it's still if that was his passport, technically it's still like Guinea.
Someone there are some people who are saying that passport does not mean the same thing as citizenship. Does anybody?
No, but I think what it means is this. What David was trying to say is this. From his tweets, he is saying that because in the INEC form, the question is Have
Yep.
you ever been a citizen of another nation?
It's perjury.
Yeah. It's not whether it's expired or not. It's
Yep.
just at the INEC form asks you, have you ever been a citizen of another nation? It doesn't ask you what year or, a range. So, and he answered no to it. And he showed the form. So he has actually lied to INEC. And the question goes in two ways. It just didn't ask, have you ever been? I think it also asked, have you ever applied to be a citizen of another nation? And he still answered no to it. So that is a clear sign, that there it is. So there's no question about expiration on it.
Yeah, but there's another question some people are raising, which is the fact that you have a passport, does that mean that you're a citizen?
You have a diplomatic passport. That's the highest level of passport, and you are saying you're not.
Does that say that you're a citizen? Is that
no? But if you're not a citizen of Nigeria, you cannot have diplomatic passport of the Nigerian passport.
Okay. I'm just, some people are raising that question, so
Dr. Damages, David raised quite a number of issues.
Right.
And because some of those issues I'm fully aware of, particularly the things that happened in the United States between 1977 up until, let me say now, in the 70s, people ended up having, like he explained to us, sometimes multiple identities and stuff like that, because the door was wide open. But that notwithstanding, all those are in the record of the United States. The US is a place that never forgets. If you have not dealt with this system here, if you like, shit 50 years ago, when something comes to the front burner, they will bring out all the pieces of whatever you think you may have been, because it goes with both fingerprints. For you to be able to have a social security number in this country, you go through a lot. So those were some of the things that David had dealt with. And coming to the issue of the citizenship, to the best of my knowledge, not talking from the legal terms, for you to get a United States passport, for instance, you have to be a citizen of the United States, even if they are doing diplomatic anything. The nearest I have seen of recognition from, say, the United States is on a passport of a friend of mine who used to be an old governor of old Oyo State, number one. In his passport, to accord him that special status, they stamped on his passport, and that's the only one that I've seen like that, a friend of the United States. And that carries a lot of weight to wherever that person travels. So with the things that David brought on the table, the angle I was coming at it from, regardless of if Tinubu ended up assuming the identity of somebody who died, nothing is ever hidden forever. Those things come out. People know people. And when you talk about multiplicity, you can pay for somebody to put your photograph on a yearbook and things like that. But the reality is that if you went to a particular school and you are that kind of an active person, you will not only be on the yearbook, there will be a picture of you somewhere doing something that shows up in that particular institution within that period of time. So to me, you don't mess with the United States because your records will be brought out, especially when you are now an international figure. Those of us who were here in the 70s, if I pulled out my yearbook, because I was vice president of the student government, University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff, a historically black college, and I can understand the things that David was discussing, but you will see activities through that period of the time that you are active on campus. You will hear people who have said they're your friends. This man, who else from the University of Chicago, who is talking about scientists, has come out to say, oh, I went to school the same period of time, and Nigerians were highly respected during that period of time. When you could come into JFK with your naira, and the bureau de change is all over the place, scrambling for your naira. I bought dollar with 42 kobo. to a dollar. So it's only Nigeria, and here's the problem we are looking at. It's only in Nigeria, pardon me if I'm wrong, and excuse me, allergy time, because I keep rubbing my eyes. Protect your eyes when you go outside. Presidency. What the hell is presidency? Do we have a president? We have a presidency? A group of people who have cordoned down the instrument of state, and they say presidency. Are we about to have another Yaradua? Or something worse than that? So we are in for a big trouble if this Nigerian state does not come clean. There is no way we have to continue looking for the president-elect if it is. There is no way. Can you imagine that Biden misses for 24 hours or 48 hours? Yeah, he can travel, go in and come out. Let's call a spade a spade. The onus is on Nigerians. The British, which has been on our case and continue to milk. It's only Nigerians, and thank God the Nigerians of today have come, the young folks, they are not going to take this line low anymore. Things has to change. The people who think they are constitute themselves into bringing in another Yaradua, they better think twice. They better think twice. So all hands on deck. All the records that are anywhere, even any of us, if you go in and you spend the time, you will find records that you'll be shocked. They exist here in the United States. Freedom of Information Act, just a request. He talked about asking a university to send you a certificate. There's a university will send you a certificate when you go through the process, pay and all whatnot. When I was going to do a master's degree at King University, I picked up the phone and called the registrar at the old school. This is 25, 30 years later. And a young lady there was able to recognize my name. He said, oh, Ahiki. Oh, okay. I will do this, I will do that. Where do you want me to send this? She recognized who I am. And by the same token, I walk down the street, somebody identifies me and says, oh, I met with you at the University of Arkansas. That was almost 40 years ago. Yes, we did meet. What am I talking about? If Ahmed Tinubu cannot show us who were his friends at the University of Chicago, call a spade, please. Let Nigeria itself and those who wishes Nigeria well, let them call the situation out so that any other persons who have committed those kind of offenses, you can't have a ghost lead a country. We have to call a spade a spade. Did he have no friends at the university? Was the only person that attended that university? Come on, you're talking baloney here. And for May 29th, let us wait and see what happens. This is not a matter of prayers. I think they just claimed that Adamawa was nullified. Maybe Rudolf will give us that story about the lady that. So it's a whole lot of garbage that goes on in that country called our country, Nigeria. Please, I'm appealing to those who are still human beings in Nigeria to, for heaven's sake, tell the truth for once, for the future of our children, for the future of that country called Nigeria. I rest my case for now.
Damages, please, this is important. Was the passport issued in 2015?
Yeah, it was issued in, I believe, 2015. Yeah. Right.
Okay, in 2015, there was money sent by Alpha Beta to someone in Colombia in 2015. So I don't know if there is any connection. Did he use that passport to try to go to Colombia?
That's okay. That's an interesting. I don't know. I mean, these are things to look into. So many. Abraham, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damis.
Abraham, where are you joining
us? Nice to be on the show. From Nigeria.
Of course, we saw the darkness, so that was.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. We saw there was no light, so we guessed that must be Nigeria.
I'm on the road.
Okay. So, did you watch our interview with David?
Actually, I started at the beginning, but I was very busy, so I went off. I'm just coming back right now.
Okay. So, what do you think? What's going on in Nigeria? What part of
Hello.
Nigeria? What part of Nigeria are you in?
I'm in Benue State.
Benue. Okay. So, is everything calm in Benue after what happened last week?
Yeah, everything is calm.
Okay.
Is David Hundeyin still around, or he has gone?
No, he has gone. Yeah. You had a question for him?
Oh. Yeah, but okay. It's unfortunately he has gone.
Okay. What was the question? Maybe somebody here can answer you. Abraham. Right. We have to leave him. I think he can't even hear me anymore. So, okay. So, rounding up, any other comment on what he said?
Yeah, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, man of message.
Yeah, I like what what's his name? I think he's gone. Okalo and Mr. Peter say in reference to the passport. Even at all it has expired, it does not mean that this citizenship, that he obtained over there, whether it's temporary or otherwise, has discontinued. Doesn't mean that. But having said that, I think everybody's missing the issue here. It's not about whether he was a citizen, temporary, or whatever. It's the perjury that he stated, because it was clearly stated there. If you had been a citizen of a different country, can you just say so? That's where the issue come to be, and that's where should be the emphasis of the whole discourse we're having here. So I don't know how that's going to be how that's going to play out, but when it comes to Nigerian space, I hope I'm wrong. I don't think anything is going to come out of it. I hope I'm wrong, and I'm just saying it's not that that's wrong one. I'm just one of those people that are very pessimistic when it comes to Nigeria, particularly in the political arena. So I'm just very concerned. One more issue I had because of what's going on in the world right now. Everybody know about Tinubu issue or whatever. So how is that going to affect Nigerian reputation? When he assumes office, let's just say he assumes office. Is he going to be able to go to UN with with what's going on in US or whatever? So we don't know. It's a question that we're going to have to ask. And I don't see any encouragement in Nigeria, because before the election, somebody was saying that if Tinubu become president, Nigerian stock market is going to go up because investors are hoping, are hoping for him to be the president, because among the whole presidential aspirants, he's the only one that has the reputation that can encourage investment to come to Nigeria. I laugh at that person. I think that person is on this platform right now. So he's hearing me. I'm not going to mention his name. He's one of our panelists. That's one of the Tinubu, always come here, speak glow about Tinubu, but he never mentioned that he's a bad. So I don't see any of that coming, because in my own opinion, it's gonna get worse. So we see what happens in that regard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Anybody has any other thing to say about the conversation? Okay, Ikola, go ahead.
Man of prestige, I believe
I'm just
the
going
person you're
to
talking
answer.
about.
I'm just going to answer his question. The part where he asks whether he'll be able to go to UN meetings. Yes, the presidency or the president of any nation is a very powerful position to be in. So there's a UN resolution that gives them immunity anywhere in the world, except when the ICC tags you as a criminal. Then some nations might volunteer to arrest you. Some might decide they won't. So, but as long as that has not happened, he's free to attend any UN meeting in New York. That is because
Yeah,
that's what
thank
is
you very
written
much. I
in
think I
Article
agree
3.
with you. I wasn't even thinking about the immunity part of being a
Yeah.
president. You are right.
Yeah, I also wanted to find out the last time, if you knew the last time Tinubu was in the US. I didn't get to that because it's something that we can actually connect. I think I read somewhere that he was here during one of the Democratic Party conventions. I'm not sure which one, whether it was Biden or the last one that had Hillary Clinton. But we'll find out. I'm sure some people are looking into that. Anyway,
But that also tells you why he wanted a diplomatic passport in the first place, so he could be powerful enough to travel around. So, when he now assumes the post of the president, he becomes more powerful, and then he can go wherever, he wants to go.
the bottom line for everything is simply that we have to get transparency within our government, and we have to get officials, government officials, to answer questions, whether it's Tinubu or P2B or whoever that is. We can't continue to run administrations the way we do it. Someone will disappear and nobody knows where he is. And if we're not paying, if we don't have people who get paid from Nigerian treasury, then we don't care what you do. But if you're a government official, you should be able to demand whether you like the person or not. I don't care who they are. I have no interest in any of them. If you're Obi or you're Tinubu or you're Atiku, you should be able to answer questions. And I sent out a tweet last week where I pointed out that Donald Trump was questioned for 7 hours in New York. Former president, he had to sit down under oath, answer questions for 7 hours. Um, we don't have something like that. We have a situation where some of these candidates did not even sit down for debates, ordinary debate. They did not sit down, and that was okay for a lot of people. And the question I have is always, if it's okay for you today because you like this particular person, in 4 years, 8 years, 12 years, whatever years, you may find someone you don't like. And they may decide not to talk to anybody. And because you allowed your own person, the person you liked, it will be something that you have to deal with at that point, and your children will deal with that. So that's why I want people to think about beyond your personal interests as of today. This what we're talking about is not just about today. It's not about government of today who will rule Nigeria today. We're talking about what we apply for years to come. So it will be good to have these people answer questions and talk to Nigerians. And we have to make it more like a tradition, not something that people just do when they like. Okay, go ahead, Prince.
Doctor, that just reminds me of something. Um, when you talk about inviting people, is there a possibility that we can also have Showore show up in this platform? Because he got a lot of questions to answer. He got a lot of questions
I
to
was laughing
answer.
because we've had Shore more than twice or three times here. So maybe
His
we've had.
attitude, his behavior these days is really, really looking complicit.
Why do you say
Yeah.
that? Is it why do you say that?
Okay. Pretty much, like I said, I'm not supporting Obi because he's an Igbo man. I'm not actual Igbo. I was born in Igbo land. But it looks like every time Shore wants to say something, he's always attacking, going towards Obi. I don't know what it is. I just want to know. He has every right to have his own opinion. But when it's kind of like constant that he's doing these things, is it that he's being paid to kind of like disguise himself into all these things that he's been acting these years?
So he just doing it to get a cloud, he's chasing cloud. Tinubu people, they will not attack him. Atiku people, they will not attack him. So he's going for people who are on the social media who will attack him and then amplify his message. So that's what it is. He's trying to rebuild himself, to have another, another cloud. He has lost it with his Sahara cloud. It's no longer working. Some other guys, like Premium Times and what's his name, David, has overshadowed him. So he just nobody right now. He just just that guy. So he's trying to just
Yeah.
do something.
I
Mama,
think just
Can
to
I
add
say
something to
something,
what you
Doctor?
said. Oh, sorry, Mama. I'm sorry. I just wanted to add to what
You
Dr.
see,
Damiki said.
can I say something?
Yeah. Okay. Go on, please.
I will appreciate you people should leave Showore alone. It's not necessary we all have the same mind on issues.
We should leave Tinubu alone also.
Let me finish. Please. You see, I don't think any of you here has entered the DSS dungeon for no reason. None of you. I don't think any of you here has been deprived of going to see your children or your wife for fighting for Nigeria. I don't think. So if you people don't understand him, leave him alone. After us, I confronted Obi here. I mean, in a while show. I thought he's not my candidate. But because my children are supporting him, I don't have a choice. So I get my children choices here. So if you can't give him choices, don't make him your topic. Leave him alone. All of us, am I not seeing the chat message? A lot are throwing at me. Before I used to react negatively, I've decided to use love to change the narrative.
Mama Hitcho, nobody is saying, I'm not saying like when I brought it up,
What
I'm not
saying
saying
is
that.
our problem right now is not Showore. Our problem is getting back our mandate. So let us focus on that. After all, is it Kaluta? Is he talking rubbish? I have decided not to and discovered that he is attention seeker. So I give him love instead of this thing. Showore is not the problem of Nigeria right now. The problem of Nigeria is our mandate. The problem of Nigeria is a drug addict plus a guinea pig from Guinea coming to become our president. Let us not pursue shadow. Let us pursue substance. Leave him alone.
All right. Let
When
me
you have the opportunity to see on one-on-one,
Mama Echo, thank you.
talk to him
Thank you,
as
Mama
your
Echo.
brother. Because all of them might be my children.
Mama Echo, thank you. Let me just point out this. We don't there's nobody we are leaving alone. There's nobody we are targeting. Okay. Part of the reason about what we do is simply if there is a news value to anybody, we bring you on. We've brought Shore on here more than 3 times, I believe. So it's not a question of anybody being targeted or anybody. Once there's something of value that we think you can bring to the conversation we're having, we bring you. We can bring Shore anytime, but we're not going to bring him on because he's saying something about P2B, and then that's the subject. That's not reason to bring him up. And he has a right to say anything about anybody. That's not a problem. Just like you have the right to say anything about anybody. So that's it. Okay, a caller that you want to say something? Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to add a rejoinder to what you said about we having the ability to, or no, having the chance, that's the word, having the chance to be able to speak to every of our leaders. You see, I asked him a question whereby I said, he has given all this information out, and people are still saying, let's just go on for peace. You see, what that tells me sometimes is some Nigerians, it doesn't matter where they live. It doesn't just matter where they live. It doesn't matter how educated they are. It doesn't matter how literate they are. They've lost this sense of self-esteem and self-pride. I mean, if you have a friend and he treats you like gutter, imagine how that person will treat you when he becomes your master. These people don't show for any interviews, they don't show for anything, and they're still asking for your vote, and you are there defending them. Like, in fact, that's enough to tell you, look, I don't want this person. That's enough. That is just enough. You don't need all the scandal about them to say, look, this person is not qualified to be my master. If he cannot sit in front of me and tell me what he wants to do for me, there's no point. But you see Nigerians, and this is why. So it's when they say their problem, when they come on and say their problem is the Almajiris that is not educated, you that is educated, what are you actually requesting? What are you demanding? How is what is your level of demand? It's sad. It's really sad. So I'm just adding to what you said about asking people to come and speak to us. That's all. Thank
And
you.
if I may, I can see Okija's view and I can also see Mama Echo's view. But let me put it this way. We had a man named Professor Chudu Wazirike in New York. Very, very intelligent, adult. He went to Nigeria, ran for politics. I think he got in first time. Did like the rest of them do. So I don't know if Nigeria has happened to Sowore. Then this is not an issue of spending time in DSS no, that's beyond that. As a human person, when they go through some things, sometimes it becomes a matter of survival for the moment. It does not take away their underlying character. So I don't know, just in line with what Okija has said, whether Nigeria right now is happening to Sowore in a different manner. And this is not an attack. All we can always do is to pray for them who are in the battlefield, because that place is a battlefield. They put a gun on your head, before you know it, you are wasted. We had a case of Dele Udo in the 70s, early 70s in Aba, an Olympic athlete for Nigeria, unknown soldier, unknown bull. They just shot the man dead. We cried all we could. So I would say, Okija, I believe that what's happening to the people is the hunter Sowore, who is in the field of politics now, is dealing with Nigerian politics the way he understands. And in most cases, people go to where the news is, if I may. For one reason or the other, they will not be talking about where the news is not. The news has shifted to the only lady who was supposed to be coming in as a governor, and the fight is up that way, that INEC has declared her victory null and void. So those are the kind of things that I would like to say. So Mama Echo, where we saw there, I don't know him in person. I have not met him in person. I'm not sure. But I still doff my heart for those of them who are in that boot camp.
And not only that, if you people are Sowore, let me tell you something. He lost his brother in this battle. His mom is currently in between life and death. He planned on bringing her over so that she can get good medical treatment. And they seized his passport.
Of course.
He's there looking at mom. Mom can't talk. If you were him, how will you feel? You judge him without knowing him. He's there watching his mom. He can't bring him out of there. He can't get the medical care he wanted. And mom that he loves so much can't even speak to him. He watches mom. He's praying.
And that is what happened to David Hundeyin. It happened to him. He saw his father
hoping that this
go up in smoke as a
will be
result of
out of power, and they will release his passport for him so that he can take his mom to this place to give him another life. And you are here judging him. Nobody should judge him before me anymore, because you don't feel the pain, you don't wear the shoe. Do you know what it means to be watching your mom every day, and you know you could have given her help? Do you know the trauma it will be if that woman does not get the help before she passes away? So you people should not judge that my son ever again in my front. Go and wear his shoe, then tell me what you will do, please.
We didn't give him shoe to wear. He chose his cross. Let him bear his cross.
That is ungrateful of you.
If he doesn't want to do it,
ungrateful of your leader.
I didn't ask him to fight for me. I don't ask him to fight for me.
Don't speak it on my face.
So
that is ungrateful.
I don't fear you. People that fear you, I don't fear you.
It is unfair
if he doesn't want to do politics, he should
that is ungrateful of you.
Family. If he's there, he's going to be criticizing him just like he criticized Atiku, just like he criticized
it.
Just to criticize everyone.
And mom is sick, you are telling me what? I'm talking of the issue of the mother sick. And you're yet telling me he chooses that path. If he chooses it, Uncle,
that's his problem. That's not my problem. I have
leave
my own thing
him
about
alone.
I'm not going to leave him alone. If he should leave Peter Obi alone. If he doesn't leave Peter Obi alone, I won't leave him alone.
You are being tribalistic here.
Yeah, I am. That's okay. That's okay. But he should leave Peter Obi alone. He should just focus on his own problem. Maybe DSS has gone into his brain. Maybe he needs medical, checkup. So, but let him leave Peter Obi alone.
Dr. Okija, go and check him up.
Yeah,
all right,
I don't have visa to Nigeria. I don't have visa to Nigeria.
Hold on, guys. There's something that, apart from all the noise, which I've addressed, I think I've addressed it. The important thing is this. If you, something that Okija asked David that I found interesting, and I think it's a subject to be discussed, which was that David signed up to be this, signed up to be an investigative journalist, okay? And that Okija said that you are carrying your cross, which I've had several times. You all, everybody, all of us here, those watching at home, people decided on their own, this is what I want to do. Okay, when you are deciding that, you know the implication. If you are a doctor, you know that you could have a patient that could attack you. Anything could happen to you. If you're a police officer, yesterday we had a police officer. Most of us here will not go and sign up to be a police officer in America. So there is that part of you decided to do this, okay? And then there's a part that what they are doing, a part of that is also public service. Most people, if you're an army officer, you can say that he signed up to be in the military. But does that remove the fact that he's also doing a service for the country, which in a place like America, people say, thank you for your service. Unfortunately, we don't say that to journalists. We don't say that to so many professionals in the world. Nurses and doctors, sometimes people remember, oh, you saved my life, and we say thank you. But there are people also who indirectly, the way they do their job and what they do contributes to the democracy that we enjoy. Whether it's peace or the nationhood that is stable. So that's a debate that I think we could have, and we could discuss that in terms of what does it mean for someone to decide I'm taking a risk, because when you signed up on it to be this, you are taking a risk. Someone that you can't go back to Nigeria. I know most Nigerians are abroad. One of the most important things for them is simply, I can go back in Nigeria, I go back to Nigeria and flex and do whatever. But some people, because of the job they do and they know the implication, they may not be able to go back. So what does that mean for the people who are benefiting? That's the way to have this conversation, not just abusing everybody or abusing each other. Go ahead, Ikolala, go ahead.
Right. I think another thing is that we also need to understand that whatever anyone does, they are playing a role in the society. Whether they are antagonizing us or whether they are for us. Because if we look at it properly, probably nobody would have. Some people would not have been against Tinubu if not for David Hundeyin coming out, and probably Tinubu would not have surfaced if we didn't have a man like Buhari. So everybody plays a role. I just think we should appreciate the roles people play, and yes, sometimes emotion comes to it. We get emotional, but we should also appreciate the fact that everybody has a part to play in the society to get us to the promised land. That is just what I thought I should add to it.
All right, thank you. Who else?
Nicola, you see, the issue I was discussing there is the fact that a hunter never says everything that they see in the bush. Sowore, as a human person, cannot even tell you what he's going through right now. The kind of dance he's dancing. We can be here and talk about all the things. I can refer you to a case of somebody like Wafo, a former deputy governor of Abia State, that when he traveled from Abia to the seat of power, Aso Rock, by the time he got there, and by the time he got through whatever that brought him to go there and answer some questions, as a matter of fact, somebody who was there with him was on the telephone with me, narrating their experience. By the time he got out of that place called Aso Rock, he got back into the plane and flew back to Abia State with his mouth zipped. Hello, folks. Completely sealed. Never said a word to any of the persons that traveled with him. He became like a ghost. Whether they knocked him inside Aso Rock, whatever happened, happened. He came back. It was not too long before he finally died. May his soul rest in peace. So it goes back to what I'm just saying to you, all of us, that for those who are in the field of play, they encounter certain danger, they know how to deal with it. And David Hundeyin clearly made it clear, because I was discussing, I actually sat down and listened to an interview this young man did. 3 hours, 11 minutes, 13 seconds. And he unpacked a whole lot of things and have met a lot of other people who have gone through similar problems. People like Radion Bise, who left Nigeria under certain circumstances and is somewhere down here in the United States now. And several others will come across. It's only when you meet somebody face to face, and if that person has the trust to open up to you, they will tell you things that ordinarily you will not hear outside. So the dance changes, the dancer changes their steps. So I don't even look at it as, what's his name, Towere, attacking Obi, not attacking Obi. They are in the field of play. They know the game that they play. I'm not going to sit down here and swear for any of them because I'm not there. I'm not going to do that. Time has passed when I'll go out there and take off my gloves and start fighting with any of our fellows, sparring over somebody who I believed is related and stuff like that. No, call a spade a spade. Take emotions out of this whole thing. Let us not have another presidency in Nigeria. Let us have a president. Enough of deceiving ourselves. So Sowore is going through what he's going through. And in the end, whenever you meet him, he probably will tell you why he's doing what he's doing. If you have one-on-one conversation with him, he probably will tell you the angle he's coming from. So
All right.
that
All right. Thank you.
Please continue with the good work you are doing. And may God continue to give you the strength, because I don't even know how you do it. I think it comes from your character.
Thank you, Igbo Basics. Jay, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Dr. Lamegis.
Yeah, it's nice to have you.
Yeah, I've been watching your show since 2017, and yeah, today I just see any IB.
I'm so old. I feel so old. So did you watch our interview, our talk with David?
Sure.
Okay.
I did,
So what do you think?
I just leave and I came back again. I will just talk about Shore matter. I don't want to take much time. You see, Shore, we all like Shore. Me, I stay Germany. In 2019, I get problem with my people because of Shore. They don't know, so I explained to them. See how this man did. He fight for people for Nigeria. But waiting Shore turned to this time, as in for me personally, sometimes I do because of Shore. I don't come up for Twitter because of what Shore they do about Obi. Shore, you no get more level for this time. No mean say you no go get levels again. So the way Shore they talk about obedience, they follow them Festus Keyamo and Fanny Kayode and all, they talk about obedient. Like if these obedient are not Nigerians. And this man is putting one thing aside that this same obedient guy, they are not obedient. Their name is not obedient. They have different names from Nigeria. These are the same set of people who support Shore during his time, 2019. Even when they arrested him, they were outside there trying to make everything humanly possible to support and carry him out. She already forget, say, he don't leave a family for how many years because of this useless government. Now, P2B come out. The people say, okay, because of say Shore no get political character, be political power to help them chase these criminals away. Everybody now put head for P2B. So all of us, you get one thing when this mama talk one time, say, he support Shore, but his children support P2B as more than I go support his children. Now, wetin happen for Nigeria? But Shore now they pull all the anger against Obi, forget wetin Tinubu and others they do. Because I never see anything with Shore they talk about Tinubu again. He don't just keep quiet. It's all about Obi, Obi, Obi. And this same Obi, if person talk anything about Obi, that Obi come out, he ask. Obi never insult anybody. Even they call all of them senior brother and junior brother. There are possibility now, say Peter Obi go even say Shore is my elder brother. There are possibility, 100%. This man is very loyal. But because of which you obedient, where you know say they are Nigerians, these are the same set of people will be saying 2027, you feel still seek their help to help you. So if you continue like this, you are killing your political career. I don't know how I go get to run. This is just my own talk. So thank you, see you.
So
You jump
thank you.
out.
I wanted to raise. I just went to Shore's. We're looking at Shore's Twitter account. So on April 15th, this is what he tweeted out about Bola Tinubu, essentially saying that he wasn't in Mecca as some people suggested, that his people actually suggested, and suggested that there's something to do with his health. Okay. So this is the question I want to ask, because I just say, let me check what's on his. I don't go there every day. I don't know what he tweets out.
Okay.
So do people only have problem with Shore when he tweets out anything about P2B, or did anything change in the way he tweets its comments he makes? That's what I want to find out.
Yeah, for me, I think Shore started changing from the time he started his normal campaign. For me, me and Yoruba person self, real Yoruba person, me and Yoruba person don't hold ground for this country because of Shore. Me na Edo person. I personally like Shore because he's the only young guy who will understand the feelings of the youth. No be about say we won't play politics, because Nigeria, I be young guy, man. I know as I take come Germany, I know the type of risk when I take enter this country. Which the year when I take enter this Germany, no, I enter when I did 17. You understand? So that kind of life, no be life where person supposed to experience. So this kind of thing, I be waiting they pay me for waiting she already do. No be say she already no be good person or waiting they talk about Obi. It's just that he's supposed to focus more on the people where they do, because me no, you get one thing where Peter Obi they talk during his campaign. Say, if there is anything you find against me where no they go talk I go drop this presidential thing. Now, nothing then find out. See, as they do this man, we know they talk anything. Then this Shore supposed to be the backup of this youth. Now it's supposed to be as in the bone. Let me say, they talk anything.
Wait.
Me now, I know they even go Twitter again because of the way Shore.
The reason why we they end up wrong.
No, Mama H.O., hold on.
You understand? Waiting me personally feel. No be say I see they say Shore no good. He dey pay me say he won't kill a political career, because this same obedient where they talk to obedient, they are Nigerians. This guy they look. Me and they say Nigeria, I know they vote. Not only to tell my people now, say how far vote for these people. Now we see say you good. I know they Nigerian. and I know if you go Nigeria, go vote. So if Shore continue like this, in 2027, if he come out, say he won't go, all these obediot, these guys where they call obediot, all of them will be against them. Now it be my point. Now it be my point. Let me say Shore is the, for me, till tomorrow, P2B, Tinubu, Atiku, Shore is the best person to take this position, to be sincere. But since he be saying no work to inside, he's supposed to see the other side. So okay, for me to get it right in 2027, now to all of them, they be, for me, all of them, no one good. But P2B be better pass these two guys with the up. So Shore supposed to use this advantage, follow the right way. Everybody knows say this election, for me, on everything me think, everybody knows say this election, he go to Obi side. But this old man, we still do the same thing to Shore in 2019. Put Shore for prison for no reason. Single put one blame for a head. Then, so this thing, since then when I watched this thing, Dr. Damage, now it make me begin the verse for Shore matter be this. They say Shore collect $1 million for Dubai, which that thing is false. So if that thing is false, why Shore no think say if government pay accuse them for that thing, they still do these things where they do to P2B now. So anything they say it happened to P2B, Shore go say yes, it really happened. Where they do the same thing to you, even take you for night, if no be CCTV camera, nobody for know where Shore dey. You understand? So if me, I know they against Shore, I just are they against the idea and the way they act. These people are the set of people when they will still come out in 2027 say, I beg, no, not vote for me. So if you destroy them now, they will destroy you then.
All right, thank you.
These are my points.
Thank you, Jay.
Thank you.
Yeah, 1 minute, because I want to get to Justice. Justice and the man, they've not said anything.
The truth is this. That we love Obi, we want Obi, does not mean he shouldn't be criticized. We are getting it wrong. Because that is what makes us to have leaders that we can ask questions that brought us where we are. And this same behavior now make us dey marry wrong wife, wrong husband. Because when we see the things, we go make up our mind, say, we go change. We not go be like this. We go change. But when we don't do I do finish, we go see those things that they were a red sign to us, that we never, that would have make us to opt out instead of entering into it. We are not suffering it. I disapprove of him using calling the obedient idiot, and I will address it with him. But the situation we want to fight any person that raise a different opinion from us about Obi is wrong. We have to be critical of all our leaders as at this hour, because we cannot continue to afford people we cannot address, people we cannot tell that this way is not okay, that our father and our grandfather did to put us here. But if you use that word obedient or idiot, I will address it with him. He's wrong.
All right, thank you, Mama Echo. Prince, I know I can't come to you. Let me go to people they are yet to say anything. Justice, you're next.
Dr. Damages, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. Mama Hecho, how are you? Good morning.
We remember you.
Just we love like that, and now we they love each other.
Remember you.
First of all, concerning Showore, Nigerians are hypocritical. They don't like to hear the truth. Like doctor, you said, when Showore will say about Obi, they will want to kill him. But when he will say about Tinubu, you see they will go silent. That's how they do. It's applicable to everybody who are speaking out. Showore has been in forefront of freedom fight. But my problem with Showore is only one thing. Showore knows that Nigeria will not work. He started fighting for this Nigeria for as long as I know now, during Abiola. to this point. And he's just wasting his time, his energy, his family, trying to make Nigeria that will never work to work. Even in this dispensation, you can see Nigeria said they want a new this thing, something different from the old cargoes. But they can't stand and support Showore because they know that's where the truth lies. But my problem with him is that at this point in time, he should not be pushing for this one Nigeria because Nigeria is not going to work. That's my advice to him because it's a waste of time and energy. And Nigeria doesn't care. When they catch you, they deal with you. It doesn't matter you are supporting Nigeria or not because Nigeria was not meant to protect anybody. Secondly, concerning David Hundeyin report, first of all, and nobody knows whether the passport is authentic or not at this moment. But the truth of this matter, you can add one or two things to come to a conclusion why Guinea Conakry. You can Google it you can go to Google and make your research. Guinea Conakry is the hub of drug trafficking in Nigeria, in Africa, sorry. It's the hub of drug trafficking in Africa. If Tinubu is have anything to do with drug, and today you have a Guinea Conakry passport, I will not be surprised because in Guinea Conakry you can get that passport with 50,000 naira as at that time, and you can also pay them to endorse it for you as a diplomatic passport so that they can give you a leeway to go wherever you want to go without question. So you can make that research and know if it's true or not. So Guinea Conakry is known for drug cartel. So at this point, it's not it will not be a surprise if somebody who have deal with drug will have a Guinea Conakry passport. Now he's going to be Nigeria president. But the truth of the matter is that whether they bring Guinea Conakry or not today, after May 29, Tinubu is going to be the president of Nigeria. So, and the law makes him to be president of Nigeria. That's a useless law for Nigeria because imagine a country whereby the election tribunal, the constitution tell you as a participant of the election, you have 21 days to submit your petition. Then after 21 days, it will now take another 21 days for the respondent to respond to your petition. Then it takes more than 80 days for the tribunal to consider the sitting for your petition. That means before the tribunal will sit, the person who win the election, either by crook or by omission, has been sworn in. Now the person will be in charge of your judiciary, he will be in charge of your DSS, he will be in charge of your security architecture. And you know in Nigeria, anybody who is the president of Nigeria is in charge of all these things, and whatever he said goes. And they will use it, he will use the security agent to go against people who are against him, which is what is going to happen. And that's how Nigeria works. So when people are shouting this Nigeria, I'll just sit back and I'll be watching because whatever you call your dog, that's what it's going to answer for. For us, we say Nigeria will not work. Anybody say that Nigeria will work, we are watching and see how they're going to fix it. And another thing I want to say is why I said Nigerians will not work is the way even the Nigerians do when it comes to people. I know before the election, everybody was calling for the head of Simon. And I keep asking, what is Simon crime? But today, Nigeria is left with a character who have a drug, who have a identity crisis, who have questionable character all over, who is going to be their president after May 29. But somebody who is saying that this union is not working, that we need to find a way out of it, people want to kill him. That is how Nigeria operates. Even the people that are calling out to Tinubu today, they call for the head of this man. Today, Nnamdi Kanu is still in jail. Nobody is talking about it. But somebody that is well known as a criminal is going to be the president of this Nigeria. And we are talking about injustice. But we forget that injustice to one is injustice to all. Even when Nigerian government, even when Nigerian court have said Nnamdi Kanu free, nobody is talking about it. But today, you go on internet, they are talking about Tinubu having double passport, doing this, being a criminal, and that, because that's what Nigeria wants. Because anybody who said the truth, they will kill him. Nnamdi Kanu said the truth. He's not being hunted to be killed. What is Nnamdi Kanu crime? Why is the court have set him free? And he didn't obey the law. But today, some people want to go to court to get judgment for the election that was fraud. But there was already fraud committed against human beings like us, because all of us can be in that situation tomorrow. But nobody was talking about that one. But we are talking about election that is a fraud. But Nigeria have been committing fraud and violence against each and every one of us, most especially we that said we are no more interested in this union called Nigeria. Why nobody is talking about the injustice to everybody? But when it comes to them, you see them, they cry more than they believe. If you want Nigeria to work, there they will tell Nigerian government to release Nnamdi Kanu. Because if you said you want justice, then let's start demanding justice for everybody, not be selected justice. That would be my point. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Justice. Matt, you're next.
Yeah, the pedagogies, I get your respect. You are too much.
How
I
you doing?
always, I'm good. I always tell you, you can, you can endure. I they watch you from background. Good evening, everybody. I they watch you, you can endure. Keep up. I love your way. I love your way. Anyways, I hear Mama Hecho, my person, the para. I hear other people, the Otuja, they speak talking on also, everybody. I think everybody have his right, have right to, you know, air his opinion. I mean, like we used to say here always. I was listening, hearing about show. Like I've said it several times. Show I for, like one of our brothers said in Germany. If I tell you what I did, is even if you see enemies that I had enemies because of show. He came here, I stopped with him to the place he came when I had my son and all that. It was because I sacrificed a lot for him, preach in Nigeria about him, convince many people for him to vote for him and all that, But sometimes, we are all human beings. Human beings. We cannot be perfect. Sometimes, our human thinking and reasoning. Sometimes, we think
Matt,
perfect.
can you come close to the phone? We can't hear you very well.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, our thoughts sometimes, sometimes we feel that it's perfect, that when we say the things that we want to say, it will be generally acceptable. But sometimes it hurts, even though you are trying to make a point or to prove a point, sure, two things of character. I wanted to, comment and say things about, but on the second thought, I reason out, I say anyway, let him, he's doing his job, but when he's still doing those things that he's doing, let him remember that we didn't, not that we didn't support him because we don't know that he can do the job. No, we supported with this person, people is who say in policies more than him and have chances more than him, and two of them, they are good people. So we now, out of these two, we look at the person who had better chance. That was why we go for him. And he has been a former governor, and he has a little bit, ground and legacy and some certain things he has done. So that's not that Showore cannot be able to, be the president of Nigeria. That is why so many of us that are Showore supporters decided, okay, let's give it to, PTOB for now. Not that if another chance come or when any other time he will come to contest that we will not support it. We will not mean as a man of character. But what I would want to advise is if he's listening, he must have forgotten me, but at least I met him face to face. We interacted. I spoke with him. I told him what I want to tell him. But I want to let him know that he should mellow down on people. Mm, the same gravity about P2B, he's talking about P2B. Let him use that same gravity. I wouldn't, find it, find it problem if he's still using that same gravity on everyone. The way he's moving on Obi, trying to get Obi, let him still be doing it all round. Let the information be, because there are a lot of things to talk about Tinubu, Atiku, and all that. Let him make it random so that people will not feel, that he is taking sides. You understand? Because I know, if you ask me, I know that so is not taking sides. But he's doing this thing maybe based on he feel that a lot of people are supporting the people has taken, maybe he's right. That is what I think, or maybe that's the reason why he's, acting the way he's acting. But let me deviate a little bit. Any one of us, has any one of us known what has happened about the election that happened in Adamawa State, how they called election, even while the election was, they are still collecting results, and people that was killed, people that was killed in Adamawa and some other places, you know. I don't know if you have had any news concerning that. And what the INEC chairman said, after the announcement, PDP told them not to announce it. What happened in the presidential election? The same thing happened. They asked them not to call it. They went ahead and a woman as a governor. That is what that one. That one. That is I wanted to follow that. I don't know how to explain that, but thank God they responded. INEC responded and suspended everything for now. Dr. Damages, I want to say this. This is. I just want to make this last this thing before I can. I don't know. If you say now, people will tell you that this is the best election so far, and the gravity they used to say it makes me sometimes to vomit. Now, this one now, how many people, how many states that this election took place? How many? They couldn't still conduct clean and fair election. I sometimes I just want to throw up. This thing, this we don't know where we are going on in this, and still we are still keeping this same man that is making this thing difficult for us. We should think twice. That is what I have to say for now.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you so much. I think you are referring to Adamawa and what happened there yesterday. We didn't get a chance. I think I have a video of INEC. I think it's the returning officer or the REC. I don't know which one.
No, the returning officer. You're right.
You cannot. You see, based on no. You cannot. Based on the no, because someone like the ABC support the highest vote. No. How? Thank you very much. How?
That means another professor.
Yeah, it's another professor.
How can you write the same exam? INEC, the same exam, the same question paper, the same for 3 times, and you fail woefully like this? How na they get una professor? It is obvious that una just rig una self get professorship. The same exam, Yakubu. The same question, Yakubu. What are you teaching these children? What? You get children and you get grandchildren. What are you teaching them? that they will write the same exam when you pay school fees for, because we give you how many billions. Yakubu, you and your agent in INEC, the same exam, the same question, 3 good times. Yakubu, you and all your INEC agent, if you pay school fees for all your children and they go write the same exam, the same question, 3 times, and they fail, you go clap for them? Hey, you see, I am happy. Oh, I am very happy. They say the person when the gods won't pay me, he go first of all make them foolish.
All right, hold on.
The gods want to destroy you, INEC. And you with
can I make a minute commentary
APC
about Showore,
the terrorist group, you people
Just 1
are
minute.
so foolish for 3 good times.
Okay, hold on, Mama Echo.
Just
Hold
1
on.
minute.
Hold on, just hold on, man of Presi. Let me play the reaction of the female candidate, Aisha, to what's going on in Adamawa. Okay, my computer is slow, so hopefully.
Buy a new one. Buy a new one.
Members of my close and extended family, friends and well-wishers will say, Minyeti, I wish each and everyone success in their endeavors in life. Thank you.
I think I played the wrong thing. Anyway, man of Prestige, go ahead. You wanted to say something?
Yeah. I was just going to make a commentary. I guess a little bit referring to my issue in reference to Showore. I mean, I'm a supporter of Showore. Even before Obi become, this candidate, then I thought you become obedience. I mean, I like Showore a lot, but I think I have issue with him because I think he's missing the point. Like somebody properly stated earlier, I think it was Jay, that young man over there that properly stated. He's missing the point right now. In my own opinion, maybe I have not seen any other platform where he's criticizing the present government, because that's where the problem lies about the other people. It's not about Obi. I mean, he can criticize Obi. There's nothing wrong. It's part of politics. But it seems like most of his energy is geared towards Obi. I mean, everything Obi, from the clip that I have seen, if there's more that is balanced, against the government and Obi, let somebody bring it up to me. I have no problem. I mean, every time I come to the platform, it's all over about Obi. I mean, like this video that just came out. He said Obi is lying. How you know that Obi is lying? He said Obi is always lying. So this is the problem I have with, with Showore in reference to that. Okay, if you want to carry on where Obi started, in my own opinion, it might be jealousy. I mean, we're all human beings, so we can be, we are privy to be jealousy. But he's doing that in the wrong way. He's younger than Obi. I think he's 50-something. If you want to inherit this so-called obedience, because Obi did not create them, they decided to use Obi as the head. If you want to be the next person to inherit this obedience, he's going to do it in the wrong way. I mean, because these young people or whatever, they're not going to forgive him for what he has done. I mean, calling them Obi idiot and all that kind of things. It doesn't make sense. That's the angle I'm coming of it. I mean, I still like Showore, but to me, Mama Echo, if you have, if you are privy to talk to him, he's going about it in the wrong way. Yeah, you can criticize Obi, but don't let about 80% of their criticism from the one I have seen go towards Obi. So that's what I have to say in that reference.
Doctor,
yeah.
Doctor, sorry, I have to go somewhere. Can I just say something?
Okay, go ahead.
We are wasting our time talking about Showore because I don't think he got up to 10,000 votes. So we're just wasting our time. He's to make it tonight. He's not going to make any changes. The tribunal, he's not going to make any change. So I don't know why we are talking about him. Let's just forget about him. He let him, do whatever he wants to do, talking nonsense and all over the place. And the problem I have with him is he don't like it. He amplify things. He doesn't give us facts. He still be corrupt. Give us, tell us what. You claim investigative journalism. Tell us what. Give us this, and then let's criticize it and say, okay, maybe it's true or it's not true. Okay, so but it just like pick up APC things and then amplify it. That's my problem. But anyway, let's stay on the issue. I asked her Chat GPT, can a school sue someone for faking their certificate? The answer is yes. So I don't know if is anybody here in Chicago, if anybody here is in Chicago or Illinois, whatever, the state, can go to the school or maybe call them up and tell them that someone is faking their result and submitted it to electoral body in Nigeria, and the person is using it, as his credential. So what are they going to do about this? Present them with evidence, with the INEC record that this guy did this. So I think, maybe, force the school, if the school don't want to sue them, maybe open or talk to the prosecutors in the state. What are they going to do about this? Someone is, using this school certificate, this school, they don't want to, do something about it. Is it possible that someone will paid this school, someone got money and don't want to pursue this? So that's what, if people obedient out there or whatever, people who support P2B, this is what you should invest your time on, instead of talking about Shogore that you just Student Union down for Student Union government, not for federal for the presidency of Nigeria. So that's what I want to say. Guys, have a good day. I have to go. Thank you.
I want to tell Okija something. Okija, people like you are why we are here having these issues, because sometimes you people now, Showore is a stupid guy and Obi is an innocent man. But there's something I want to ask you people.
I never said that.
You called him stupid here now. That he can continue his nonsense.
Saying stupid
stuff. He's doing stupid nonsense, and he cannot make any impact in Nigeria. I can tell you for a fact, the impact will show what they have done. I don't think you can be able to do it. That's not.
I don't want to. That's not my cross.
So, don't wait. This is why Nigeria is not making progress. And when we say it, people come after us. Now, Obi lived in London. You people don't want to tell yourself the truth. And let's move forward. That's why Africans are suffering. Obi, I even had one of our brother here trying to tell us how he go to Europe. I was in France, and I can hear the story of our brothers. And when we talk about these things, how our brothers are crossing from desert to Europe, nobody's talking about it. But let me go to Obi. Obi lived in London for years as a student, as a businessman. Now he's a public figure. But Obi, after contesting as the president of Nigeria, for the first time in his life, he was detained for a minute in the airport in London. Have any of you begin to interrogate why should a person of that interest and level should be detained?
Did you listen to David?
Do you know that is an insult? If that man can be detained in London, how about us that are ordinary citizens? Do you know that there's a one time in London, a Nigerian woman who holds American visa, he have no business in London, just that she was on transit from London to America. And the British government stopped this woman and asked her a question. I said, Madam, where are you going? Because this woman is pregnant. Do you know what the immigration did? They called American consulate to cancel that visa. A woman who don't have business with Britain, London, he was on transit. This is the humiliation we go through because of people like you who don't want to say the truth. Because you feel that Obi is your candidate. So whatever anybody do as a criticism whatever anybody say as a criticism, the person becomes stupid. That's not right. Let's tell ourselves the truth. We are being humiliated. Being raped by this government. And you come here, you are calling people stupid because they didn't speak the way you want them to speak, or they didn't believe on what you believe. This is why we are suffering. Now, you people that are supporting Obi or obedient, have not asked Britain's government, why should Obi be detained? Why haven't he been detained since he had been doing business with London? Now he become a force in political landscape in Nigeria. They are now have to detain him in Nigeria and not in London. This is the wickedness these people are doing to us, and none of you are talking about it. When you tell you that the solution to Nigerian problem is disintegration, let everybody go and answer his name. All of you will say, Obi will fix it. Let him go and fix it. Now we are watching.
Can I ask David something? I'm in Justice. Let me ask something, Justice. Did you listen to David or some other program that Obi passport was cloned? Did you listen to that?
Why is it by cloning by this time? It's an
Might be
insult.
cloned by the
A
Nigerian government to
biometric
try to
passport.
sabotage it.
Honestly, let me tell you the truth. Maybe you people don't know. If I were Obi, if I set my foot in British with that insult, honestly, let me not say what I'm going to do. But that is an insult for somebody of that caliber. You people,
Okay,
it's
what are you
even
gonna
a
do?
disgrace.
What are you gonna do?
I'm not gonna say it. Let's keep that one aside. But you that are trying to defend Obi or defend Britain, you should be ashamed of yourself. I'm being honest to you. You should be ashamed of yourself. Because can they do it to Boris Johnson in Nigeria? Can they do it to Obama? Can they do it even to their criminals? Can they do it to them? But they do it to somebody you are calling angel. And you people just watch and see how you are doing. Imagine doing Obi like that. What do they do to you? What do they do? Do you know how many of us that pass through that route and every time they humiliate us? But today, a drug baron is going to be your president. What are you going to do about it?
But let me ask you, what is the point? What is the point you try to make about this?
The point I'm trying to make, you Nigerians are hypocrites. You guys are hypocrites. Why should he come here and say, Showore, have an impact? Because he didn't say what you want to hear.
Justice, no, don't say you Nigeria. Justice, please.
Hold on, let me help.
Matt, he said, I should not say what?
No, don't say all of us, please. Be coming down. I don't think
Nigeria is a scam, and Nigerians are scammers. That's why anywhere you present that green passport, they deal with you. They doesn't want to give you that respect. Let's tell ourselves the truth.
All right, Prince, go ahead. Prince, Akachi, go ahead.
It's so surprising that I brought a topic and everybody is going wide on the topic. Okay, the reason why I even brought up Showore, I said for us to interact with him, talk to him, know how he's feeling and all that. Nobody is saying Obi is a saint or an angel. Nobody ever said that. I was the one that brought it up. And I only asked Dr. Damages if he can invite him. And now we all going, everybody shouting on this. Some people take it as if there is something that is called creative criticism. If you want to criticize somebody, criticize the person. Nobody is saying nobody cannot criticize, but criticize, on a normal terms and creatively. So please, if we can move on to another topic, it would be nice, please, because already some people are becoming biased on all these topics.
Anyway, on behalf of my Peking, Showore, I apologize for peace to reign. On behalf of my Peking, your brother Showore, I apologize. He used the word obidiotic? I will address it with him. So can we move on?
I want to say something.
Matt, I'll get to you. Mama Echo, are you going to send him to his room or are you going to ground him for a day? What is the punishment you plan to?
Make me I tell you the punishment when I'm hugging my Peking.
Matt, go ahead.
I want to tell there is bros, the way everything is going now, like everybody is like, it's not Spanish people, they say caliente. You understand? We are hot. Everybody caliente because of what is going on. And we have every right to be the way we are and the way we are reasoning and the way we are feeling. But at the same time, we should be coming down. If na Spanish people they say calmate, calm down, be coming down. So I have to say this. I have to say this because I have to go back because I don't want us to dwell in show it. I want to if Dr. Damages, if we can talk about, I'm interested, this election, they are talking about individuals. I'm interested about this body INEC. I'm interested about this. These people, they make me sick. I'm just, they are talking, I'm interested in INEC. These people, they have, even, doctor, do you know what I was thinking today? Do you know what I was saying? I, truly speaking, I said, if these people do well today, I will come here, irrespective of what they have done in the past election. I will come here, I will say it whole that they have done well. But it just seems that they added, I know they added poto on top of the poto that they have done in the past election to this current one that just happened. Doctor, imagine that they are still collecting election. The person they have announced to be the governor of Adamawa, the woman you are talking about, has already thanking Buhari. She is not even thanking Adamawa people. Do you understand this kind of useless? I don't know the kind of where we are coming from. Okay, you said people voted for you. You are happy that you won. In your acceptance address, you are addressing Buhari to be. Is the Buhari that came to Adamawa to vote for you? Did Buhari voted for you in Adamawa? Is it not the indigenous of Adamawa and the people in Adamawa that voted for you? You first of all, we are appreciating him. All these things. And what even he saw this blunder that INEC. Let me tell you, INEC have just set. I mean, these people can never be trusted again.
Okay,
You see
Dr.
that body. They cannot be trusted again. Even if they are not even legible, capable to handle local government election, because
Wait,
what we are seeing
is it not the same person that printed our ballot paper? That woman.
I don't even know. I don't. Okay.
That woman, listen to the story. She's APC candidate.
Okay.
She's the one that printed all our ballot paper. That was why LP was missing in some places. Now her company now print on a ballot paper. Then he got contest for governorship candidate. I logo.
No. But Mama Hecho, she did this one. She did. If they have finished calling, if they have been finished collecting the results and now announce it, it's a different thing. This one they are still collecting. They are still collecting.
Madam, governor thief, we are coming for you because this is conflict of interest of the highest order. How can you belong to APC and you will contest for election and you now printed the ballot paper they use in contesting for that election? And you can't omit LP in most of the ballot paper in the state where una want to wuru for the Tinubu. We are coming for you and your company. You think so we not go find out? You think so we not go down now? We go come
This shows me what they
did. This global disgrace one that they give to us, we go give una neatly. Conflict of interest everywhere. Impunity everywhere.
All right. Thank you, everybody. We'll take a break. When we come back, I want us to talk about the implications of the news from Premium Times today. That based on what we have in INEC, what is it called? That River State. I read, yeah, that River State wasn't as announced that Tinubu did not win River State. So at least that one is what does that mean for the courts? We'll talk about that in a minute, and then we'll round up.
Something I wanted to say, Dr. Damages.
Who is speaking? Hold on, okay. Let's take a break. We'll come back.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
Network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King, who are the dream for New America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free so long, too long, so long, too long. Pressing down for so long.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Magic said we've been fooling around for so long. So the results, Premium Times, I think
It
they
is
did
all these
it.
people that are prophets. They saw today. Not all those Suleiman there.
All right. So INEC, the figures, INEC figures, Premium Times used it to calculate what happened in the River State, and they came to the conclusion that Obi won the state and not Tinubu. So what does that mean for the courts, for the swearing in that will happen on May 29th? Just want to hear what you guys think. Austin, you're first.
Me? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. Generally, it becomes a tough one because INEC declared that Tinubu won River State. But what is on the IRF is different. That becomes a very strong basis to criticize everything. So somebody who may, everything has weakness. There's no process that's 100% perfect. But when one thing is officially wrong, it is declared wrong, then it gives my lordship the ability to think that, look, everybody knows that this is wrong, because if one person is saying two things from two parts of his mouth, or how it is to call it, it shows that many things is wrong. So this would be something that may strengthen the obese case. That, see what I'm saying? From even the server shows that this may have gone wrong. So can you grant my prayers? And I'll tell you, it will pressurize his lordship. It will pressurize them, because they will now know that if you go against the rule, people really know that you are corrupt. So that's just one thing I think may be very wrong with that result not matching the one that INEC said. So it will be very, very strong for the Supreme Court. It will force them to do the right thing. That is what I think in this case.
All right. Thank you. Let me go to okay, man of prestige. Go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Damage. I remember I was in, like I said, when I was in Nigeria during December, I always knew I was in River State. I mean, I'm not saying everything is definitely have said, because I always ask my question, how did APC won River State? I thought PDP was going to come second. I mean, that still baffles me. Let's assume we'll be dealing with any other place that we are contesting that maybe he But particular River State, I thought River State, he's probably going to win River State, in my own opinion. Maybe he's going to get about 60% in River State. Not even to compare with Imo, where I come from. I thought Uzodima was going to play his Magomago. I thought Obi was going to win River State at least 60%. That is the result that baffled me. So I'm not even surprised about this. If I don't have, I don't have any evidence, but in my own opinion, in my heart, I think River State was definitely the number one place that was ranked. And I think it has something to do with, Wiki. Somebody said it on a different platform. Somebody who is familiar with Wiki, the way he plays politics in River State, that he was going to, that APC was going to win River State. Somebody predicted that. And I laugh at the woman. It was a woman from Imo State, actually. She is very conversant about the election, how we can play its politics. And that has come to fruition. That's exactly what happened. So if they can come out with this exactly what happened, it's gonna be very interesting to see what the tribunal is gonna do this and the Supreme Court. Because if the evidence is there, I mean, how are they gonna maneuver the whole thing? It's gonna be surprised to see what happened. River State, like I stated, I could have bet my money that would be one River State, regardless. But we, like I said, we see what happens. So it's a prelude of what's going to happen. How the Supreme Court will be able to say Tinubu won it. If they have said PDP won it, okay, maybe not. But for APC to win River State, that is highly unlikely. Okay, that's what I'm going to say. So let's see what happens. I just want to make that comment from what I foresee before the
Say
election.
Yakubu submit answer sheet. He
But I
submit
think it's
answer.
Wike has
Now
something
he
to do
declare
with that.
one result. Oh. Now people come load another result. Now they do this answer sheet for us. Oh. When I tell you Yakubu, go and listen to Showore. When I meet Showore for a while show, I warn you and I pray for you. I tell you myself I go disgrace on myself if not try to rig am. Now they happen now. Only you submit two answer sheet for the same state. Only you, Yakubu.
All right. Let's go to.
How does your children see you, Yakubu? How does your grandchildren look at this and they go so disown you? Your children and your grandchildren, they will surely disown all of you now. Because this disgrace one I bring for them, they won't be able to stand us in the society anymore. So they will disown all of you.
All right. Matt, you're next.
Thank you, Doctor. Yeah. What can I say? Nigeria, like I just said on yesterday show, I said I still believe what we say. We are waiting for judicial. We have tried INEC. INEC failed, and now we are waiting to try the judicial. And now this one has come. I hope they will not say it's doctor. I hope they will not say it's fake. I hope they will not say LP, it was LP, handwork. I know anything can happen in Nigeria, but this is to, show you that, I mean, what happened last election in River State was a sham. In fact, it was clear. Everybody knew it. Even okay, let me just start from the time they were doing, campaign. A lot of things that I saw. I've never, from what I even mechanic people in Port Harcourt, the people that sell pure water, the people there's ordinary people on the road, when they ask them questions about who they will vote for, they always say they will I never even APC, like APC winning. It was like I don't know that kind of miracle. I don't know that whether I would say it's a miracle or a magic. I can't understand what really happened there. Or either it was one, one. They just do select. I don't understand. It was their own.
Cooking figure.
You just understand me. They did what they did there, and now thank God that this is going on now. And at the end, I don't know how will Wike I'm just asking. This is now my question. Now that this thing has come out from this, from now, how would Wiki feel that you just allow yourself to be a tool in the hands of these people to be used? Because this thing is just like using a man. Because there's a game that you after doing all this mago mago wuru wuru, it was not covered. If finally that the court pronounced that this yes truly that P2P won, meaning that these people APC they just use you, and you have already in fact you won't have any value, you won't have any level, even that integrity of integrity will not be again. You understand me? He said it's integrity.
The truth let, is let, this. let me say one thing. What happened in PDP is
I've
this.
listened. I've listened.
PDP wanted to flaunt Obi the Easterner. Wike stood against it. Atiku told them, I will not contest if you will allow Obi to be flaunted in PDP. Wike kick against it. So that is the genesis of their trouble. So look, this one now I'm trying to talk to Nigerians generally. See, that's why I say that please, we in this administration coming, even if Tinubu is the same Tinubu we know in those days, I don't see anything happening, I don't see anything changing in the country. Why? We always look for mediocres to do things. This thing of rigging election, look, I don't know, for me, big certificates, that our first class we used to put in the air, sometimes I don't like that paper. I like about the skills you have. What are the skills that show that you are good enough? I can hold
God bless.
a
God
second class up student who is skillful, who did not make first class, and I'll still hail and say, take this position. Why be so now one rig election? Una no go find people where no book. Why? You they add 1 + 5, you know no sin as 6. We know that the first thing that happens is this, that there is accreditation of voters. The beavers make it in such a way that it's difficult. If you want to do it, find people who can add and subtract, multiply. They must not be vice chancellors. They must not be vice chancellors. They just need to be smart. Okay,
Exactly.
this one is now open. They say breeze don't blow, fire nyash don't open. It don't open. It's already a cause now to say that this thing did not work very well. Somebody can stand on it. I keep on borrowing from my mathematics. In when you are proving something by induction, so far as one thing is wrong, you can stand on that fact that everything is wrong. Okay, now the second thing they wanted to do, like let me go to second case for APC now. We won't do propaganda. If you want to do propaganda, document something very well. Pass it through the scientific tool. Make sure that you can make it immune in such that once you test, you know go see saying that is documented. Like for example, let me use the case of sciences now. If they want to dope, if they want to use drugs, they will use it in small quantities in such a way that your system gradually grows and responds to it over years. That is why Lance Armstrong was able to dope for 7 years and the machineries did not catch him. So let us try to bring those who are intelligent in the whole thing. If you want to make ministers, you bring people who can do something and do it well. But the case where you just go to the motor park and bring anybody to just come and do anything they want to do. Come on, you don't now. They don't disgrace themselves. Now everybody knows that even person no go school, but you hear say the result for IRF different from the one they announced. I talk and say these people are thief. I talk and say not thief. Come on, maybe they try to
That's it. Let me just finalize with this. You know, that like what you said, I just want to back it. I don't know the kind of face this man we used to be looking at, the people that he betrayed, in that state. You understand? And if you watch what Omoma Magic, what Ikenga said about Omoma Magic, they did the same thing, eh? The same thing they did it, is the same thing happened in Owerri. So all these things, let me tell you, if the court want to redeem their case, now if they want to, and they want to put their name in a good book, this is the time. This is the time. That is what I have to say for now.
Okay, Ikolola, let me come to you because the number of registered voters in Rivers is about 5 million. And the number of people accredited to vote on that day was about 400 million. So the court could say that even if you take all the votes from Rivers and give it to either Tinubu, either Atiku or Obi, that they still will not have won the election. That could be one of the things they could say. Or they could say, go back and redo the Rivers State election. Now, we don't know if there are other states where the figures they have in their IREV is totally different from the figures that were announced. So
Dr. Lagos State too.
Oh, Lagos, yeah, Lagos is one of those that I think that might be. But I'm not sure if anybody has done the calculation in Lagos, because that's one thing I fault the Labour Party to,
No, they have. Let me tell you. Yes, they have. Former. Oh, sorry. Continue.
Go ahead, Prince.
Sorry.
Yeah, they've done that of Lagos. Apart from that, Abuja too. Abuja, if you look at it, you see that the mathematical, the addition there is totally, he did not get up to 90,000. So it's kind of like very much, if we dwell on the result, he's out. I don't know how he's gonna do it. Yeah, Plateau too. Yes, Plateau too. So in a nutshell, they took about, they cheated Obi with over 2 million.
Somebody asked me a question on the chat. I beg my answer the question. Somebody asked me that, am I teaching people how to cheat? Look, the point is this. What I'm trying to advocate for is that we should learn to put meritocracy above mediocrity. That's just what I'm advocating for. Okay, I'm talking for myself now. Since I ever started primary one, I never ever cheat in it. In fact, it was when I came for JAM that I ever knew that there was anything they call cheating. Imagine that when I came for JAM, we were writing JAM in a hall like this. Some people came with me. Some people came with me. They were cheating. Now, policeman carried the cheating from that person, can't give me. I look at the thing, I say, what's this?
What's more?
Those pre-written materials.
Okay.
Those pre-written materials. It was a policeman who transferred. I said, what is this? He said that they gave me to write. I just threw it away. When the JAM came, I was still the highest above all those people. So I don't believe in the issue of cheating, but I'm just trying to say that Nigerians should learn to put merit above all this favoritism. That is just what I'm trying to say. So for me, I don't recommend cheating, and I will never recommend it. In my class, I have never attempted it, and I will never attempt it. So I'm just trying to say that even if people want misbehave like people with a reason. No, they misbehave like person for motor park.
All right, sure, Mr. Shaw, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Dr. Damages. I saw the news about River State. It's not surprise. I mean, anybody who said they're surprised about that, they're deceiving themselves. And this is the thing, on the day, days after the election results started coming out, and people started challenging some of these things. We had people telling us they had spreadsheets, and people who are been doing politics before they were born trying to tell us we don't know anything. Some things are blatant. And the fact that the Rivers case has come up this way only means that I'm sure they're working on other states as well. What I also think they probably would have done is, nobody was expecting Obi to win in what they call the core north. But don't underestimate the power of social media. He might have gotten 25% that he needs in some of those states. He doesn't need to win. No, it will be stupid to think he will win in Kano or Kaduna or all this. All he needs is 25%. Even some states in the southwest that Obi might have gotten 25%, they probably rigged him out in such a way that he got less than 25% that he needed. And this is the problem. All they needed to do was to allow a free and fair election. APC were not sure that Obi would not win. They were not sure that they would win. So they didn't want to chance it. So that's why they rigged. That's why they did what they did with INEC and Yakubu and all of that. And Wike is an Agbero. I come here all the time and I say they're educated Agberos. And people think they are educated Agberos. Wike is an Agbero. I mean, if you didn't know Wike was a governor in Nigeria, if you met him on the street, you didn't know he studied law. You wouldn't believe if the guy went to. You probably think he's one of those guys who dropped out from GSS 3 that just got to senior secondary school and thought this is too much for me and dropped out. Wike is an Agbero. He's educated but an Agbero. Wike overrigged. He's gotten Tinubu and APC into some trouble they didn't bargain for. They asked you to do something. You've now gone overboard in your attempt to punish Atiku, in your attempt to please your new friends. You've now done the rigging, and like Augustine said, he's done it in such a shoddy manner that even the blind can see it from afar. And no one is saying, "Oh, let's rig it the proper way." But this tells you the standard at which our quote unquote leaders operate at. If this is the best you can do when it even comes to rigging, then this clearly shows where Nigeria is where it is today, because you are not capable of doing anything perfectly. Your standards are very low. You can get people who are not as rich, as exposed, as influential as you to rig, and they'll do a better job. So I'm not surprised that the River State one has come out the way it's come out, but it still has to go to the judiciary. So the fact that Premium Times is saying something doesn't mean Ariwola and his friends will say the same. They will tell you, go and fight, go and campaign. They already told us, go and prepare for 2027. But my greatest worry is once APC gets, no, they're not even getting there. Once Tinubu, because APC is already in power, once Tinubu gets to Aso Rock, which would happen May 29th, once he gets there, the grip he has on Lagos is what's going to be replicated in Abuja at the center. Nobody's getting it. You know, when PDP were bragging and saying we'll be here for 60 years, if this APC tell you they'll be there for 60 years, just go and sleep for 60 years. They will rig blatantly to your face. There's nothing you can. It's almost like there's nothing you will do about it. Look at what happened in Lagos. People were going around in 2023 like town criers from the 19th century, telling people, don't come out, don't come and vote. Sorry, what has happened since? Nothing. So this is exactly what we should expect. Once this one goes, like as boys will say, "Oh my she office Lori," they will just turn it to like a regular thing. It will become a regular thing. We've done it once, we can do it again, and that is my greatest worry. Tinubu on his own, I mean, I mind his character and all of that, but the bigger worry for me is the people around him. They are worse than he is. The sycophants, everybody around him, they're like sharks. They've tasted blood. All they want, they're just going to suck into Nigeria and just suck the country dry. You see, the level of sycophancy, you can't mean well and be displaying this level of sycophancy. And I'm talking about all these media people, all these attack dogs that are just, always ready to fight and just fighting people. And you look at them, you go through them, their record, their criminal record, all of them. Well, majority of them. The criminal record is scary. And once you leave a criminal in charge of, it's like leaving a cat, giving a piece of fried meat to a cat to look after. You're not going to find it there. So these guys are coming. Yes, they might do a few things. You see another rail line, you will see another thing there. They will sprinkle it, something Atlantic, something we tamed the river, we tamed the ocean. They will do a few things. But it is when you look deeper, you would see how much of our personal, of our collective wealth they will have stolen. That's my greatest worry. I'm not saying Tinubu. Buhari has lowered the standard. Anybody who comes after Buhari will do well. But my greatest worry is the people around Tinubu, especially with his age, with his health issues, with his cognitive, you can tell the man is old and he's suffering from old age. And this is, some of the things that come with old age. No one is laughing about it. Most of us will go through that. So the fact that he's not even fully aware of what's going on, or he might not be fully aware of what will be going on, worries me. We will not have factions. The presidency will not be talking to us again. We won't have a president that would, handle matters. It's been MIA for how many weeks now? They told us he's resting in France. They said he's going to Lesser Ange. There's no one single picture. And the fact that they are trying so hard to share old pictures, old pictures. That's the fact that you're, God, it's worrying. It's honestly, for me, it's worrying because I want a president, not presidency. I want somebody who is alert, who is aware of what's going on. I don't want drama in the I was going to say White House at House of Rock, where there will be Remi Tinubu faction and there will be Shetima faction and there will be somebody faction. No, I want a man who's going to be in charge and run the country. I want a Nigeria that will work for the average man that does not know anybody.
Thank you. I just remembered that we're going to miss this man in a few weeks.
Instead of everybody to concentrate on how PDP will win election, you go and pay money to television houses to talk about Wike every day, every day. Meanwhile, Wike and his team were busy bringing down every structure of APC here, providing the dividends of democracy to our people. Your own state, you're only busy talking about Wike. I've told them, when you have a child, give the name Wike. Since you so much like the name, what I want to advise my class, look, you have a job. Make sure PDP wins Kaduna State. That is their job. Leave Wike. Make sure PDP wins in Kaduna State. That is all I've told everybody. In Kaduna, make sure PDP wins. In Niger, make sure PDP wins. In Jigawa, make sure PDP wins. If you win, then see whether we will win here or not. Operation show your deliver your state. Don't use any person's state to add up. So it's unfortunate. And that tells you, when I said the day I will speak, some of you, those you rate, you wouldn't even buy them for a naira. At the appropriate time, I will tell you who they are, the kind of characters we are talking about. People will speak here today, tomorrow they say different things. In the you begin to wonder, is it the leaders you are talking about? Is it this leader that spoke with me last night? Is it the leader I'm hearing now talking this morning? It's unfortunate, really unfortunate.
Yeah, part of the things that we don't do in that country is review things, because in the next, by May 29th, Wike will be out. Hopefully, the person he will install in River State won't fight with him, which is normal. That after they make every effort to put their people there, they will fight with them. And then he won't have that platform, to be able to say these things and do whatever he wants to do. Who else wants to weigh in on what might happen? Who is here to speak?
I think he should be getting ready for prison, according to his best friend, Dino Milaye. And of a truth, if I will speak my mind, I don't think somebody like El Rufai will let Wike go scot-free, because he has never been in good terms with Wike. He has never been in good terms with
You're coming.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was calling. Oh, what about now? Okay. I don't think El Rufai is in good terms with Wike. And that one of the conditions that Wike was giving Tinubu, in order to get rivers for him, was that he's gonna give him a soft landing in APC, which is not gonna happen. Especially what he had just done to Cole and all that stuff. So when Dino talks about Wike going to jail, I believe him. I think so. Something is gonna happen, and he's gonna be in a big trouble. If I were Wike right now, probably I will have to, start mending fences, because things that he did is gonna, he's really gonna come back and bite him big time.
I don't think. Sorry to interrupt. I don't think Wike will be in trouble if Tinubu is president. If Tinubu is president, I think Wike will be fine. As long as Tinubu is president, Wike will be safe. I don't think Chonyeko was with the Tinubu wing of APC. It's more with the Amechi wing of APC, and that's why they didn't care about him. You didn't see the APC internet influencers talk about Onyeko, everything that they went through. No one spoke about him. APC didn't care about Onyeko. He's an Amici boy. And Amici has no leg anymore. So I don't think Wike would suffer anything if Tinubu is president. My take.
All right.
I think
Hold on, guys.
Can I say something?
No, hold
I
on.
agree with you.
Wait.
If I open my can of worms and maggots on Wiki, but I'm waiting for him. His territory that he's trying to practice is my own primary constituency, and I'm waiting for him. He's a pretentious character, he's a liar, and he has no integrity, no iota of integrity. Wike was calling me when Atiku Abubakar was to announce his running mates. I have records and I've printed it out and I'm waiting for him. He called me 19 times in 2 hours, begging us to convince Atiku Abubakar to make him the vice presidential candidate. So when I see him lying on TV, because of the south of this country, because of southern Nigeria, the Muslim moves to south, you that were lobbying us and begging us, promising us heaven and earth to convince Atiku Abubakar to make you vice presidential candidate, to the extent that he was at the airport. I have a video. He spent hours in the airport waiting for me to call him to say, Atiku has picked you as a... He was at the airport here, waiting, calling me. He was calling me, my brother and friend, who is were in the Senate together, was also calling me that day. I have witnesses. I even gave the phone to Abdul Ningi to speak with him. I gave the phone to Senator Zameri to speak with him. He was begging all of us, promising heaven and earth. Atiku should announce him. It was around 1 or so that I told him, Oga, nobody will give you vice president. That was when he left and then flew back to... So the man who was so desperate to be vice president, because you didn't get it, you now started a southern agenda. I don't believe in such unprincipled, zero integrity character like Mr. Wike. The man, Wike, was the one who brought Ayu. Wike was the one who sponsored Ayu. And that was why Wike made all the governors to endorse Ayu. That's why there was no election in the national chairman's office during the convention. Ayu was unopposed. Now you are saying Ayu must go, you want to go to the south. Maybe because of the alcohol he took. Maybe he thought Ayu is from Abia State when he was supporting him. Because Ayu is from the north. You are the one that brought Ayu. When did you now realize that Ayu is a northerner? But he was doing that time to satisfy his own selfish ambition of becoming the presidential candidate from the south. So he doesn't want the chairmanship at that time to go to the south so that it will not affect his ambition of becoming president from the south. So he pushed the chairmanship to the north and thinking he will be able to bribe Ayu to produce him as the presidential candidate. When Ayu refused to do the wrong thing, then Ayu became an enemy. Is it not the same Wike that removed his brother, his mentor, Prince Uche Secondus, as the national chairman of the party? If you love the South so much, why did you remove a southerner to bring a northerner? Today you are saying chairmanship must go to the south. Was the chairmanship not in the south? Was it not you, Wike, who went to court, who did everything, expelled him from his ward? So a character who is
our leader, former president of Nigeria, Judicial, and the presidential candidate of the Labour Party. We also met with our own presidential candidate, and I can say confirm this is the first time as a team we are meeting with the presidential candidate, so you can see all those rumors and this and that. But for whatever it is worth, like I have said, consultation is ongoing. what we're talking about, like you said, is for the interest of Nigeria and Nigerians. It's not any interest, parochial, being centered on one person or group of persons. So we believe that what is going on, it will be for the interest of Nigeria at the end of the day. Consultation, like I say, is still ongoing. Nothing we can say now that has been concretized. Discussions are going on, and we believe that whatever that's going on now is for the interest. Don't mind some people who do not believe in the existence of this country. Some people who are just interested in their own. Some people who only know how to produce their own children.
That was Wike and Dino battling it out, and we're going to see more of this as we come to the end of this administration. Okay, Chi, you're next. Okay. Let me go to Ikola.
If you
Hold
don't
on,
mind.
hold on. Okay, Ikola, go ahead first. Let me. I know you guys
Yes,
need time.
I just quickly, because you were asking a question the last time, and my observation again, I keep making that observation, but in the case of this new identifications of LP winning some states, at the same time it reduces the other parties' numbers, because while you're hyping the other ones get reduced. So he would have to prove that there was a significant rigging for him to that made him lose the election, and that if those weren't there, that he would have won. But I think they have. He's boldly said that he's going to prove that he won the election. So I think they're going to prove that they won. But my observation every day, which I always make, which is very, very, very painful, is Nigerians always our attitude to things. We accept whatever is thrown at us, and these people know that we would accept what is thrown at us. So they throw anything at us, knowing that we would eat it. Most people, when you hear them speak, and this is why when you go to the obedience space, like the guy that came in here, I've had it many times, and he's always in a particular space where the obedient speak. When they speak, they will tell you 29th would not happen, and they will do this, they will do that. And you see, their faith gives you faith. It gives you hope. It gives you hope. But when you come to some other spaces who have just given up on everything, oh, it's going to happen, and we're just going to wait another 16 years, and the rot would happen. So you sort of imagine that. I think we just enjoy the drama. We don't really want change. We just love the drama. We just love to see them look at Wiki. I never liked the guy. And my only reason was, it's not as if I knew him. It's not as if I knew the things he does. But my only reason was, how would you address me as my leader and you're wearing dark glasses in a room? You see, little things. Little things just tells you are looking at the wrong person. You don't have to, but we eat these things. And he will go on podium, he's addressing people, he's dancing. That means he doesn't take you serious, no matter what he says. It's sad when I say, and I'm still saying it. I'm still saying it. If it wasn't for the obedience, if it wasn't for them, I am not part of them. But if it wasn't for those people, I'm not sure APC would have run Nigeria over. APC would have run Nigeria over. In fact, the whole 36 states would have been APC governors. But those kids stood, they looked at fire in the face, and sometimes we should just be ashamed of ourselves. If those kids can stand and face that fire and say, look, we want it this way, and we always just sit and give up, it doesn't speak well. It doesn't. It doesn't. It does. It breaks hearts, and we kind of bring them down. We kind of make them feel bad. I don't know if some of you go to their spaces, like Show. I heard you when you were talking to today. Probably you've been to their space. When you see them speak, just what they say, even though you know that it might not all come true, but it gives you faith that there could be a better country if this kind of kids are there. And most of them are not more than 35. But we that calls ourselves experienced, that calls ourselves that we've seen the world, oh, it's going to happen, 16 years, it's gonna come, then we lament. It's nonsense. I'm so sorry to put it that way, but I want to thank you all for giving me the chance to speak. I want to thank you, Dr. Rudolph. I spent a lot of time in here today, and I listened to everybody, and I learned. I have to go now, please. So that's why I said I wanted to speak. Thank you, everyone, and hopefully,
Thank you so much.
thank you, sir.
We're actually rounding up, so when I come to you, just give us your final say, unless Mr. Shaw you want to carry on. Okay, Chi, honest. Mute yourself, please.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. Thank you for the opportunity again, and thank you everyone who has made contribution or is going to make contribution. It's really a great space, to be in. Well, I want to start by your last question, or maybe comment, which is about Wiki. You see, people who don't know Wiki will think Wiki is this how he has always been. This how I when I was in Nigeria, I had a cause to interview him like 2 times, and he has never been different. The only thing that you see, his madness has come to a larger space, and so now he has the power to invite the media, and so he's able to display that at an international level, because right now it's not only Nigerians that are watching what he's doing, other people are also watching what is going on, and so he's doing more damage, not only to himself, but also to people of the South. Because Wike, just like Dino tried to say, had never had the interest of the Southeast or the South. It's just personal interest, right from when he was the chairman of Obigbo local government, when I interviewed him. So I've come a long way with him. But then I want to also answer the guy who said that the EFCC will be waiting for Wike, and I want to ask him a question. Is Fayose now in the EFCC net? Is Obiano of Anambra State in EFCC net? Is the other governor, what's his name, Sule Lamido, is he in EFCC net? You see, these are just the situation in Nigeria. We can talk, we can debate. They want us to talk and debate. They listen to you and they laugh. Remember, these same people are talking about give their children in marriages. You see them in those functions, laughing and shaking hands, even though in the press they are telling you that, oh, this person is evil, that person is evil, but they still give their children in marriage. They make sure that the wealth of Nigeria is circulating amongst them, irrespective of what you think or say. Okay? In the time of Buhari's daughter's wedding, who was there? It was Atiku, who is his staunch enemy, that was there to hand over. So what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that if we think that these people are not playing us, it's just you wait and see. Nothing is going to come out. Wike will finish his tenure, and if care is not taken, he'll probably take another ministerial appointment, or even be something even much worse. Much more in the government to come. And the last speaker who has just left said, he's happy that the obedience has. We have been speaking. I am more than 50 years old. I had to leave other circumstances I don't want to discuss here. Okay, we have been speaking. We have been standing in that space. Okay, some of us withdrew because we realized that. Take for instance, Dr. Damage is doing this program now. Tomorrow, if the government calls for Dr. Damage, we all will scamper. That is what Nigeria is all about. So those of us who are in the front, when you are caught up, when you are taken, my brother, the show goes on. Nobody asks after you. Nobody would even look for you. They don't even come to ask your wife, have they eaten? Your children were able to go to school. So when you are released, when you have a second opportunity and you are released, you ask yourself, is it worth it? Then if you make your own assertion and realize that it's not worth it, you go find your bag, quietly take Cameroon or take Benin Republic, come out. Because if you take airport, they go hold you again. You understand what I'm saying? That's the people who have been dealing with. That's the people. That is the situation that some of us are refused to accept. That's what's going on in Nigeria. Let me tell you, the obedience can make all the noise they want. There's something the Hausa say. There's a say in the Hausa language that's walele mutum, meaning who be person. In other words, they're not talking about who be person for North. They're talking about who be person, those of you in the South. Who una be to make change of what they've already said will happen. That is how Nigeria has come over the 50 years that we've come to be now. And that saying has now been so, is embedded in their hearts that they don't fear anybody. If you like, whoever you like, be wicked, be whatever, be Arnold Schwarzenegger in the South, they will tell you that what is going to happen is going to happen and you do nothing about it. I have seen it happen many times and it's still going to happen. Now, the obedience can shout. You see, the only reason is because now, why, let me tell you something again, why they're still cooling down is they want to know which way will the international community go. Are they going to accept him or they're not going to accept him? The moment they are able to deduce that majority of the international community will accept this guy, they'll go for the kill. And at that point, nothing will happen. We don't see him, we don't cover him, we don't follow. We say we don't run for our life because, you see, you die, the show goes on. The show goes on, And I want to say something quickly about Shore and all these people who stand in the forefront. Let me tell you something. You need some level of madness to be where these guys are. So don't blame them too much. You need some level of madness. You can be going out of your house today, you probably not come back, especially if you're in that space called Nigeria. And you are somebody who is always coming against these people. They are powerful. There are so many hungry people who will even waste your life for just 10,000 naira. They will waste you. They won't look back. So you need some level of madness to constantly confront these people. Whether they are the obese, I don't have anything against Obi or any of them. Whether they are Obi or their government or their Tinubu, you need some level of insanity to be able to handle them on day to day and speak your mind, irrespective of what you think is going to happen after that. And that's what Shore has managed to maintain over the years. Okay, it is not easy, my sister, my brothers. Those of us here, this side, yeah, you can speak, and the highest is that they'll come and interrogate you and you go back to your house. There, once you are picked up, I don't want to tell my story. I was picked up from the airport. Okay, and it's only the grace of God that made me to be talking today, because I was shown a place called Gate of No Return. Have any of you seen Gate of No Return before? That gate, when you cross it, that's the end. I don't want to say what is, because it's a public space. But that Gate of No Return is there in Abuja. Not everybody who knows these things. Some of people like Shore have seen those gates. Okay? So you can't come back from that place and still be normal, except God helps you. We're talking about people whose this has been their stock in trade since Nigeria became independent to today. And they're not about to change. Listen, until we realize that and we're able to organize ourselves more formidably, because we're dealing with people who are very organized, we will not be able to overcome them. This Obi thing will all play out when they notice that all of us are now quieting down. They will quietly install their man, and the show goes on. Somebody was asking, why Tinubu? Now, I can let you know that Tinubu is somewhere where he's had a surgery and they're waiting for him to recuperate. Right now, some people are saying he's dead. He's not dead. He's had a serious surgery, and that surgery is getting better. And they're also looking for how to handle the international community, because they know that there's a lot of work to be done. And so they're sending out people, lobbyists and all that, all around to try to get certain governments to accept him, as a Nigerian president. My brother, these people are dealing with, they are very organized. It's just short of calling them an organized crime. Okay? Because as long as the money is going around, they are all happy. If the masses are picking the crumbs, they are the people who have the problem. Who don't, let me tell you something before I left Nigeria. Look, some people don't have 3 square. What's 3 square meal? Let us talk of 2 square meal. And I'm saying 2 meal, which is a bar and a granite. Okay? Soaking gari and granite. Some don't have it. All right? I know people whose daily income is 200 naira for 5 children. So Such a man, do you think if you ask him to do something to get money to feed his family, he will not do it? Because every day he sees his children crying. He sees that they can't go to school because they don't even have money to put them in school. That is how bad it is. So let's not look at it from the point where we are and think that it's going to change tomorrow. It's not going to change. It's going to be going to take more time. It's going to take more pressing before we can get people to give up power. It's going to be difficult, but eventually they'll give up power, either as Nigeria or either as Nigeria or something else. I want to say what it's going to be. Thank you very much, Dr. Damage. I think that's what I will say for now.
All right, thank you. Yesterday I wanted to catch you while you are still here to talk about the question we raised about the media and how the reporter that wrote about Tinubu for the Time magazine. I don't know if you had experience writing for international media, and maybe you can help our viewers understand that you don't really control what you want to write, everything you want to write, and maybe go ahead and talk about the process. And I'll bring some people during the following weeks to talk about that, because sometimes people don't understand how that works. They think that you, as a Nigerian, if you're called by Time magazine to write about somebody, that you can write just anything you want and they will just publish it. There's a process. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. I will talk more about productions of television interviews and all that, because I never really wrote much for as writing. But I'll tell you what they do, because I did a lot of reporting for ABC News. Okay, I shot the interview that was aired during Yar'Adua's time. When, in fact, I want to shock you guys. I was in Abuja when a friend of mine called me and said he's coming to Nigeria to do an interview, and my name had been given to him to help him to shoot the interview. And when he got here, and I said to him, shoot interview of Yar'Adua. Why? He said, oh boy, forget that thing. They already know this guy is going to win the election. This election has not been done yet. We're still in counting. Okay? He said we needed to shoot that interview because in the night before the declaration, ABC News want to be showing that interview. Okay? So we went in, we did the interview. I was surprised.
Hold on there. There are people here who are not in America. So ABC News is ABC News of America, is it?
Yes. Okay. Sorry. Right. ABC News of America. ABC News of America. Now he's a reporter from America also, but I was living in Nigeria. I also work for an international organization, so I don't know how they got to know my name. Anyway, I was the one shooting the interview, and we shot that interview for Yar'Adua. Okay. And I was, to my utmost surprise, just like he said, that interview aired from 12 midnight, here, that is Nigeria, but maybe early hours here in America. And Yar'Adua was eventually declared winner. Now, this is a television house in America who knew who was going to be president in Nigeria, even before me, who is a newsman, who is a Nigerian living in Abuja, the capital. Okay? That is how the world is. Now, coming back to what you said to me, Dr. Damage, you see, when they call you as a reporter or even as a videographer to do a report for them, they specifically choose what they want you to use as background. Now, they don't want you to go to stay in Transcorp Hilton and shoot the beautiful streets of Abuja. They don't want you to go to Area 10, where the city is beautifully built. No, they ask you to go to Nyanya, to go to Jukwe, those suburbs where you can't see any meaningful picture. This is what they portray to you. And if you make mistake and shoot it in a place where you have beautiful buildings, cars and all that, and very intelligent people who are well dressed like you and I, you will not get another job from them. That's the end of your getting the dollars while you're there. So now, they tell you, they tell you everything is written out of what they want you to do, at what point and how and where you can do it. And then coming back to what you're going to, you don't just go out and do the story. They will tell you who to talk to, what the questions you want, even though there may be more pressing questions. You'll not be allowed to ask those questions. You ask only what you are specified to ask. And let me conclude by saying every media, whether it's written, whether it's a newspaper or electronic media, have a style. Now, coming to the Times International. I followed that. I was there, but I couldn't continue because I had to go somewhere. Times International have given Adolf Hitler Man of the Year. Stalin was Man of the Year. So it's not definitely because you have some, very robust achievements that this is given to you. They choose. Remember, Times International is not it's a non-profit. No, it's not a government agency. No, it's a business. It's a business. So you employ people who are working there. You tell them what you want them to write. Okay? And if you don't want to write about that, you take your pen and go. In fact, I like the American system. When I came to America, I was surprised. I can go to my office tomorrow and say, look, man, I'm not working again. I don't need to, I don't need to tell anybody I'm leaving. I just pack my things and say, look, I'm done with you guys, man. And that's it. But you see, in our own state, in Nigeria, where we're coming from, sometimes that's why we get it wrong. You need to go through a process of resigning. I resign. Okay, you write to relate. Oh, no. You follow what been laid down by the media house, and if you don't like it, you leave. There was one time I was harassing the guy, showing in channels, and I said to him, "Oh boy, why they ask the questions that are in the heart of Nigeria? These are the questions in the heart of Nigeria. These are the questions. This is what the public want to hear." And he said to me, "Oh, bros, this is how it dies now. I know we mean they bet the thing when they ask. I had to fight with some of them to get to ask some of the questions. But I can't come out and say that to you people. Okay? I can't come out and say, look, they won't allow me ask this question. Or I'm being monitored at a certain level, not to go beyond this point. All right? And that's why if you see the politicians in Nigeria, they can tell you, you this boy, you this boy, you this boy. You keep asking questions. I don't know where your interest is. There's always an interest. You, as the public, reading the Times magazine will not understand. And by the way, you think if someone like Tinubu works there to give them money, and try to, get someone to launder his image, Times International will not do that? Of course, they're in business. If you go there and say, okay, all your publications this year, I'm buying all of it. I want the Man of the Year. I'm buying every goddamn thing you're going to print. Wouldn't they make him Man of the Year? Trump was Man of the Year. You forgot? So it's not basically, because he is somebody who has any character I want to emulate, okay? But because of what, the interest of the magazine and the person who owns it, and people who are running it, and what policy they put on ground. I don't know if I'm able to, help us in this.
All right, thank you. Let's. I think there are questions for you, Mama.
Yeah, I think the reason they do this is this. As a social worker, I was able to understand the system, and it breaks my heart. The African will show to the Western world the bad aspect of us for one reason, politics. So that they can start running here to come and beg for money. So they are able to convince them with all these images from the slot to show that we are living in poverty. So those are the selling point to collect all this loan.
No.
Then the Western world, on the other hand, they will show to us the beautiful city of New York. So that you can your head go Google, make you come here, come work for them to become their slave. Their people know they work. Now here when I come from Nigeria, now when you get bachelor degree, go wear gown, take a graduate those days. But when I reach, I come from and I said, there are people not if they manage finish secondary school, they go celebrate. They go wear gown, take celebrate. I mean, manage. They have all the resources, but the typical America don't go to school. They go struggle, read primary 6. Struggle. But you see, even with that primary 6, they go get job of $10, $15 an hour. But now when you get master degree in Nigeria, now go to sell pure water. That is the difference. Now here I reach. Now because I be say homelessness day. America when be doctor, he go choose to become homeless. Because you know what pay child support. Yes. A pharmacy here go choose to become homeless when Kasala burst out for their marriage because they don't want to pay child support. Because some of their women, they enter into that relationship not because of love, but because of child support. So these are the things we don't know. But you see, we will repair our country. This nonsense, it will stop.
Okay, Mama Hecho, sorry, can I just say something? Mama Hecho, we when we are coming from coming here from from our country, we never thought that this place was better than our country. It's because you are in a situation, a circumstance that you no longer can control. You have to find a way, first of all, to be alive before you can continue the fight. Bob Marley says,
people like you want be news. Me, now Papa God forced me come here. I don't know why I come here. Now one person like I come first bank when I did. He said one play lottery for me, so I'm not
okay, here again, it's
but
it's
now
not.
when I don't come learn, and I think now I be say, see why I come here. For more than I enter 05 till 17, I'm not sabi wetin I come here. I only go the assistant, go get book, get understanding, know the system. Why is it so? So today when I take and they work with well-informed knowledge of both this system and our wicked system. But we go change that by all means.
Okay. Here, there again, I'll say this last, and I'll short. You as a producer or a reporter or a writer, do not choose the topic. For instance, if I was writing from Abuja now on the issue of these elections now, when I finish writing, I'm not going to publish it. I will only send it to my office. And my office will finally do in fact, the writing, what I've written eventually may come out not even as I have wanted it. It may be edited. Let me give you a good example. I used to shoot for an American station here. When I finish shooting, I will finish editing and doing everything, and we'll send it in. They said to us, you know what, can you send us the rushes? The rushes means the rough cuts, the whole thing. And then they will re-edit it. Okay, they re-edit to suit their own audience. That's what they say. That's the excuse they give you. They say they are re-editing to suit their own audience. But don't worry, your name and all that will be put as the person who have done it. Now they will take it and put it in the way they want. And like I said, they are waiting for you to do what they say. So if they say go and shoot in Nyanya, for instance, we want this kind of background. Okay, they are paying you for it. So you have two choices. Okay, it's either you say, okay, I will do it that way and collect your dollar and put in your pocket, or you say, you know what, I'm not going to do it, okay, because I want to use so and so place. And they say, no, we don't want it. And they look for somebody else. You understand what I'm saying? So you are caught between these two factors. All right? And so, just like Dr. Damage has said earlier on, every house have its own way of approaching it. Since you're not the final, the guy at the top, you have to listen to somebody who will tell you what he wants you to do, and eventually they will be able to do it the way they want. That is just what it is. So it's not because Bola Tinubu has one special skills or have one special achievement that they put him there. It's because there's a commercial value for them. That's what I want to look at it.
All right, thank you. Austin, who was raising his hand? Austin, were you? Did you want to ask a question? Anybody? No? Yeah, okay, no. All right. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you.
And I will continue to bring people who will help us understand more some of these things, the behind the scene, because it's very important. It's not the way it looks outside. Ngozika, welcome back.
Thank you, Doc. Good evening, everyone. Mama hate you. Happy Sunday, Mama. Don't say nobody they find your trouble.
You know, I dey equal to them. They not feel shake me. Because they are shaking, not they pay my bill. They are shaking. They make me, they out of my smile. So if they are shaking, they make me strong the more.
That's
right.
Okay, hold on, Mama Echo. Ngozika, what do you have for us? Anything?
Well, I have just this to say. I wanted to speak on, I know it's not part of today's discussion, but I like to follow up on issues. I wanted us to talk about the progress made with the reintegration of the old Naira notes. I don't know if that's allowed.
All right. It sounds like something that forefathers can handle. Forefathers, I want to hand it over to you.
Dr. David, this is living the
Thank
street.
you. Yeah, I wanted to ask Okech one question about because he described some very challenging circumstances in the country and what is going on in the West, and but like, does he have any kind of advice to Nigerians on ways to bypass these things to help the country? Because if these are the challenges, we have to start looking for ways to get past them and do what we need to do so that we can get the country we want. And people like him that have gone through that has met some of all these challenges may have insights that will benefit the viewers and the panelists. So I don't know whether he's listening. If you have advice for Nigerians, I would like to hear it myself. I'm quite curious.
Okay.
Since he's aware of the gate of no returns and all the rest of it.
Please,
most of you.
I want to call out somebody. This is the only medium I have. Doctor, can you believe today is the 16th day of April? I have not received payment for INEC for the presidential election. I just wanted to say that. And I find it really absurd, because the reason they gave me is that my account number that I registered with had issues. They had issues with the bank, and they had me provide an alternate account number for the transaction. Until now, nothing. That being said, I want to delve a bit into the David interview. See, there's something people do not understand. I've just called out INEC. So basically, my money is lost for good. My money is gone for good. So I just had to say that. I just had to get that off my chest. Yeah, people have been telling me, go to the local government, go and complain, go and do the.
Your colleagues, did they get their own?
Yes, they did. Actually, they did.
Okay.
But they told me the problem was from my accounts, from my bank accounts. And I provided an alternate bank account number. Until now, what I received was 10,000 naira for the governorship election. And they said the other part of the money had already been given to me, which was the 1,005, that's the 3,000 naira transport allowance. I am stating this not for the sake of stating. I like to follow up on issues. And I remember during the elections, I took most of us through the process. So I'm just sort of giving follow-up information of what is going on, because somebody asked me the other day, Ngojika, the partisan INEC official that is obedient, you don't collect your money, chop and fees. I never collect. I beg. If they swear for me, when I suffer, they swear for me. So that's just by the way.
Right.
That is.
I wish to ask Emma, maybe I just wish people were with you in that polling unit, your friends, did they collect theirs?
Yes, they did. My polling officer, my presiding officer, and my assistant presiding officer won. They received their presidential election payment after the presidential election. So when we went back for the governorship election, I sort of complained to them that I had not received, and my presiding officer was quite surprised. He made contact, and he was the first person that told me he had to do with my bank. And I then had to speak to my supervisory presiding officer, that's the SPO, and she confirmed it that it had to do with the bank that I was using, and asked that I provide an alternate bank account. I did that, and
If that's the case, I was just thinking, if it's a case where it is just you affected, then you may just try to.
I do not believe I'm the only one affected, because okay, let me just say this. They say the problem is from my bank, and my bank is former Access Bank. Now my bank is former Diamond Bank, now Access Bank. So they say people with that account are the ones having the issues. I do not know. All my friends do not have the same issues. So I just wanted to follow up on that. Now, coming to David's interview, I left the show right after David left because I had somewhere to be. Coming to David's interview, I think we are not ready as a nation. I think where people give into optics. We only love to live in the moment, and it's really sad. Like somebody said, the excuse people gave for Buhari is that they did not know him. Yes, some people say they did not know he was this, he was that, he was like this, he could do this. That was the excuse people kept giving. Now you have somebody who is literally risking his life to provide you with the information. He's not telling you what to do with the information. He is just putting his life on the line to provide this information, and you're taking it for granted. Who did this to us? And he has said it times with that number. Do not take my word for it. Do your own private checks. Read through the documents. Do your own research. Do not take my word or anybody's word for it. How honest can you get with that? And I see people, I am scared. And where we'll be in the next few years, that you will see an information so factual, so obvious before you, but because it does not suit your agenda, you're willing to flush it down the drain. And in the next few years, you come and complain and lament and blame the whole world except yourself for the choices you put yourself in. I think it's a sad situation. I think it's an unfortunate situation. I think it has eaten so deep into our fiber as a people that I don't know how we're going to extricate ourselves from all this. I don't know how we can move past this. So I want to see a situation where we go beyond party sentiment. I said this on the show yesterday on Have Your Say, that when things like this, when things happen, we should look beyond party affiliations. We look beyond ethnic sentiments. We should look beyond personal convictions and see the broader picture. You are supporting this man despite this barrage of evidence of wrongdoing, of a very shady past against him, and you think it's just about your support for him. You are not bothered about how it impacts on the general populace, and you do not see how selfish and self-centered that is. It's really sad. It's really, really, really sad, and it's unfortunate, very unfortunate.
Um,
Okay, thank you.
Rudolph, quickly before you leave, help me thank David. Oh, he's unblocked. He has unblocked. Sorry, he has unblocked me on Twitter. So if you speak to him, tell him I said thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Is it so important to you that he unblocks you?
Before we continue, before I leave, let me just say, remind everybody that on Sunday, the 30th of April, we have to mute yourself if you are. We have Chikunigwe joining us for the show. So if you are able to get her novel, The Middle Daughter, we're going to talk about the book, but we're going to talk about every other thing, political and otherwise. She's an award-winning writer. She is a columnist for Daily Trust, and she's been involved in everything going on in Nigeria, and it will be an interesting conversation. And then during the week, I will announce who we are going to have on Sunday this week, next week, I think, yeah. So I just want to thank everybody who joined us today. I'll hand it over to Forefathers to take it from here, and all the best. Be nice to him, and I'll see you guys on Saturday.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. See you.
Thank you. Thank you for the
Yeah.
damage.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. I don't know whether you had the question I asked about what you would, because you've seen things, and like other reporters or journalists may want to go and write for Times. What would you advise them to do to be happily going to take on such jobs? And what would you advise Nigerians on how to navigate these things if they want to better the country, especially the ones from the diaspora?
Okay. Let me give you my personal experience. In when Jonathan was in government, and the likes of Wole Soyinka, who are now welcoming this this charade we call election, had organized some of us who believed in him. Like I said earlier, I have deep respect for Wole Soyinka. I mean, I read his book. I read theater arts for my first degree, so I'm familiar. And that was still when people read, not like now people don't read. So some of us who are above 40 and over will not have anything to say about Wole Soyinka because we read his book. We have lived in his world. And so when he was part of that fuel subsidy movement at that time, some of us were drawn to it because of the caliber of Nigerians that were in it. But I want to shock you guys. I was living in Abuja at that time. So we were in the Abuja march that was assembling in Area 1 under the bridge, overhead bridge. And we had gathered up to almost more than 10,000 people were there. And we have been gathering over the week. And but like someone who has lived in Abuja and who, also worked closely with people in government. A friend of mine called me who was then the correspondent in Aso Rock and told me, oh boy, this thing they do no get here though. Now people, this I'm talking about Adam Shomola and all those people now. Now people they lay here. And this thing no get head. That was on the third day he told me that. Say, stop going there because this thing no get head. And I laughed. I said, come on, man. We have to make sure people are suffering. Look at what's going on. And then on the second day, I think to the third day, the Thursday or so, either Thursday or Wednesday, we were there to start the, singing and praising and shouting, Nigeria, this thing had to stop. Then my friend from Villa called me. So, oh boy, I tell him, I say, this no get head. You know, Grigo. Why you there? I say, I did Area 1 overhead bridge. He said, I beg enter a motor to go house. These people don't collect. See, now they are kind of Ghana must go into their cars now. They don't collect Ghana must go. Listen, let me tell you because we just written the news, the announcement they're going to do. They're going to tell people that in fact you have shown your resilience, you have shown your interest, you have shown your anger. Now go home, and from tomorrow we'll tell you what to do. Whether you come out tomorrow, we'll tell you. Whether you not come out tomorrow, this was his exact word, and that was exactly what the labor leaders said in the news conference they issued, that Nigerians should go and stay in their houses. Don't come out again. We will tell you what to do. So we are dealing with a people who are not even sincere to themselves. And as a news person in Nigeria, you choose. It's a choice you have to make. You either want to live in comfort and just regurgitate whatever they tell you, or you live on the other side. And if you are Igbo like myself, you'll be accused to be a member of IPOB, a member of the Eastern Security Network, and the Biafra. People would never have anything good to say about Nigeria. So that is what you say. I hope I'm answering your question, what you're asking me.
You are painting a picture of a system of undermining moves to actually better the nation, basically. But I'm trying to get to how do we circumvent it? Because now these are supposed to be believers that want to go and change something, then they go, suddenly they are carrying bags full of money. So this is one of the reasons why the way I approach these things is that you have to see beyond, you have to understand the depth of what needs to be done. This is why when people say, oh, they want to go and change stuff, the moment they see money, they change their mind because they don't know the depth of what that needs to be done. And that's my thinking anyway. But for you that has been on the ground, what would you suggest?
Let me tell you something. There are few like Sore who are refused to dial in. Okay, not many people like him. I don't hate him, and neither do I say I like him. But I refuse to dial in. Few like Peter Obi who refuse to dial in. You see, but the problem that those factors, these people who are almost like the same factors, will not come together. It is difficult to get Shure to accept what Obi is doing. Okay, it is difficult to get Kingsley Moghalu to accept what Obi is doing. It's difficult to get what's the other guy's name? There's another the guy Fela Dorotoye to dive into what these guys are doing. Instead, we form different pockets of followers and small groups, and we are all of us our own cocoon. Now the main fact that we suggested to Shure to join forces with Obi, he said to us, and this is what some people don't understand. He says to us, he cannot join Obi because Obi is of the old order. That is his quarrel with Obi. Obi cannot say now he's not a saint because he has been dining and whining with these people. Okay, but you see, there's a time also for you to realize that these things have gone beyond the point of say pointing, accusing finger. Let's first struggle the power and receive it. Then when we get the power, then we'll now be able to begin to, gradually replace those people who we think are not working in the interest of the generality of the people. But you cannot say me and I know be Zoro. Nobody says Zoro now. You can't take it by your single, you alone. Remember, let me say something here. It is difficult to wrestle power from them because you know why? The Nigerian constitution already made it so impossible for you now as a young man to go to Nigeria and contest for any position. You know why? Because you need, if for instance you're going for presidency, you need your offices to be in the 36 states of the federation. One, with office functioning, so not just an empty building. Now, if you have an office functioning, calculate the cost of 36 states and Abuja with desktop or whatever you want to put there, even if it's just one staff you want to have. Okay, then you need 774 local governments for you to be present in each of those local governments and an office and staff. So basically, it's already taken away from you and I. Okay, and they will not allow an independent candidate. You see, all this is set up because they know what they want to get to with it. It's not just deliberate. It's not just unknowing. No, they know that the time is going to come. Young men want to take over power, and they want to make sure that you are not able to do that. And then, if you are the kind like Chore or like Obi or like Mogalu or like Fela Jolotoye, who are saying, "Oh, we must do it. We can do it," and you mobilize young people like yourself, they will come in between each and every one of them. And that's why I'm going with the story of the Nigerian Labour Congress guys. While we are there, the youth giving support, shouting, "We no go agree, we no go agree." They are there behind, collecting bags of money. Okay? And then using the power that they have over the control of the the media to tell you what you should hear. And the media, let me tell you, one of the worst enemies of Nigeria is the Nigerian media. I just left there, so I know. Okay? Because most times, the people are forced, even if you're a reporter, you don't want to report what they're saying, then you have to leave the job and go and look for something to do. Okay? So you are forced to report as the government will have it. There's a television house in Nigeria that runs the advert. 30 million Nigerians cannot be wrong.
So you think the like-minded people should work together? Okay,
that is the only way.
That is one of the ways there. And
yes,
okay, from your experience, this will be in a way just from your experience. I guess it's not scientific.
No, it's not.
How many from every Nigerian that you have met? How many of them will collect the bag of money when it comes down to it?
My
like
brother,
out of 10.
We are talking about 8.5, sir. We collect.
Okay.
Yep.
And even when these people started off as opposition, they wanted to better things. 8 out of 10 of them will accept the bag.
You know why? Because nobody is sure. You're not sure of what will happen tomorrow. You're not sure. You're going to, even the people you are working with are going to be with you throughout. Just, before now, I was telling someone that just watch what is going to happen to Labour. They're going to break Labour into two. What's happening now? Certain man got up and said he's the chairman of Labour now, this guy. So you see, this is the master key, the master stroke the Nigerian politicians have developed over the time. If they discover that we are in unity in this group now, they'll look for the weakest of the links and they'll penetrate from there. And then from that link, everything goes down the drain. We are now having to be struggling who is the leader of Labour. I know what they are planning to do. If the court definitely upholds that, it means that even Peter Obi cannot longer go to court. That means that whoever that chairman had signed is illegitimate. It's illegitimate. So their candidacy is totally null and void because he was never a chairman of Labour.
Okay, so if 8 out of 10 is likely to compromise, so what do you think? Let's say if it's the diasporans now that are engaged in some of all these things and working with people on the ground, do you think the diasporans, they are just as easy to compromise as the Nigerians that are on the ground experiencing the hardship of daily life. Do you think it's the same dynamics you are likely to see, even if it's from the diaspora? The reason why I say that, sorry, I will let the reason why I'm saying that is because the diaspora, they have a level of financial autonomy now. They don't necessarily need a lot of money from anybody else, but other than what they've seen as a country that needs to be fixed. So, do you think the same thing, the same numbers will apply to the diaspora too?
Forefather, I would have loved to say yes.
Oh God!
I would have loved to say yes. I'm serious, and I'm being sincere with you.
Wow.
I'm not joking. I would have loved to say yes, but when I think of the fact that the same diaspora people are the people who are asking some Igbo people if Lagos belongs to them, they've not, in other words, they've not been able to overcome the simple test, which is tribal sentiment. The same diaspora people who are making video every day and saying, leave Lagos and go to your home. What are you doing in Lagos? Meanwhile, I'm here in America. Nobody has ever asked me, which state are you from? If they ask that just because they want to just probably pick up a conversation with you, not because it doesn't necessarily mean anything. And then we have been a nation 62 years and counting. And then at 2023, when Elon Musk is shooting a rocket to the moon or to Mars, we are asking our fellow Nigerians, are you from this place? Can you go to your place and do this?
Exactly. This is one of the disgraces that I've seen, that sometimes, and personally, I even go as far as saying, if you want to preserve those tribes that you love so much, you seriously sometimes need to work with people. It's just how it is. That's the world you live in today. So what you are saying, and in a way, I understand the predicament that Nigerians will face, because, like, you use a very interesting term, they don't know what tomorrow holds. They don't know whether the next man will betray them. And it tells you that the depth of their vision for what they want to do is not deep enough. I've said it before on this channel that most of us in Nigeria are compromised. Some of us are consciously compromised, but others are not. And the what is required to be a leader for Nigeria, most of us don't even come close to understanding what it requires. When I ask the question here, whether if you are going to fix Nigeria's problem, they tell you that, but to fix Nigeria's problem is going to cost about 50,000 lives, but you will fix all the problems. Can you believe that when I was on that panel, everybody rejected it, that they would never do it? But then I said, you've just killed 50,000 and more people by rejecting that solution. Because people don't think that way. And I don't understand where this came from, that most of our people think like followers, like children. That's why they always call leaders our fathers. They don't see themselves as sitting on that chair. If you don't start understanding what it takes to be a leader, a leadership position is a special position for special people that understand what it takes. And these people, when the people that change countries, people that started Zionism, there are just about 3 of them or so. There are not that many. They are the result of Israel that you see today. People that have belief, it has to run deeper. And our people, our beliefs don't run deep enough. We don't understand why we do. We just want a better country that has electricity and all the rest. We don't understand how deep it needs to go. And this is why when you say that stuff, that they don't know what tomorrow holds, because it's limited. Their knowledge is limited. And I think, how does one get past that to let them understand that they are fighting for their heritage, they are fighting for the survival, and they need to also understand that Nigeria is extremely important for the entire black race in the world. If you understand that you are in a struggle for your life, money is not going to be because if you have that money, you're just eating the money you are eating. All these so-called our rich elites, they are not going anywhere. When trouble comes for Africa again, the next one that is going to come in this century, believe in me, they are all of them, their children, all of them, they will all be in circle too. Because any other people will not treat you as one of them. So if you don't understand the struggle that we are in, because before when Europeans came, it was only Europeans. The entire Western Europe will fit inside Sahara Desert. The world we are looking at now, if Africa remains the way we are right now, while China, India, and all of them are moving on, we are going to be facing about 3 to 4 billion people coming at us. How do you take on that kind of force? So that is, for me, that is a level of challenge we face. And our people don't even think that way at all. And they think it's not something that is going to come to happen.